Можно, ну ладно. Уважаемые гости конференции, понедельник день тяжелый, многие участники попали в пробку, очень просят чуть-чуть еще подождать. В 10:30 мероприятие начнется. Приносим свои извинения, поэтому здесь есть какие-то дела еще до половины 11. Чтобы уже начали все вместе, а не догоняли друг друга. Спасибо большое.
some all together, Molly Brady. Yes, we die, both you and I. With my hand in my hands, I sit and cry. Don't speak, I don't trust your saying. So beside explaining, don't tell me 'cause it hurts. No, 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 don't speak. I know what you're thinking. I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. It's all ending. I gotta stop pretending who we are.
after lunch. Okay, yeah, we do it. Yeah, no problem. Huh? Okay, I show you. Okay, let's go. Yeah, okay. Sorry, it's in Russian, but okay, I show you right now. Yeah. Okay. Go with you. Let's go with me.
Austria, Italy first, Germany second. And you is Euro.
So please take. Yes. Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие наши студенты, мы начинаем очень важную для будущего в образовании конференцию «Информатизация непрерывного образования», непрерывного, ну, по крайней мере, начинающегося от школы, высшее учебное заведение, послевузовское образование, то, что называется дальше lifelong learning, образование в течение жизни. И я думаю, что мы с вами находимся на таком этапе начальном, понимая колоссальную значимость вот этого направления, подчеркиваю, и не только для каждого человека, который будет продолжать учиться в течение всей жизни. И я хочу настроить на то, что это сейчас становится приоритетом в программе, или стало приоритетом в программе Организации Объединенных Наций, ЮНЕСКО, в программе образования 2030, Lifelong Learning, создание системы в каждой стране, в том числе взрослого населения. Но мы с вами знаем, что еще не все далеко вопросы решены, как преподавать с использованием информационных технологий в школе, как это делать в высших учебных заведениях. И в этой связи, конечно, перед нами стоят очень срочные вызовы. Срочные, потому что мы прекрасно слышим слова «цифровая экономика», но за этим стоят еще более важные общие понятия, как цифровое общество. А для нас с вами в образовании стоит еще более важный вызов, который называется цифровое поколение. И вот это цифровое поколение приходит в школы, в университеты, и мы должны давать этому цифровому поколению адекватные технологии и даже адекватное содержание, которое не придется нам пересматривать с учетом того, что что-то есть фундаментальное, что будем давать в классе, а что-то есть такое, что современное цифровое поколение может найти в интернете, в других каких-то ресурсах. Я бы сказал, сравнивая современный этап развития в образовании с такой вот революцией, потому что многие сидящие, связанные с образованием, знают, что мы до сих пор работаем по методике Яна Каменского. И я хочу напомнить, что тогда была эпоха промышленной революции, эпоха, которая дала, как промышленная революция, первые печатные учебники. Конечно, первые книги появились намного раньше, на 100, 200, 300 лет раньше. Но когда пошли первые учебники, должна была возникнуть новая система работы учителя и ученика по учебникам, которых до этого времени не было. Не было печатных учебников. И вот это была революция Яна Каменского, по которой, по системе его мы до сих пор живем. Но вот сейчас вместо учебников приходит новая технология, принципиально новая, революционная. И значит, мы должны с вами ответить на эти вызовы новой революции. Вот на таком ответственном этапе мы находимся. С другой стороны, я хочу подчеркнуть, что желательно, и хочу настроить нас с вами на то, у нас десятки докладов на секциях, и в основном эти доклады посвящены, скажем так, вроде бы научным результатам, но я бы хотел просить вас, чтобы это были и научно-практические результаты. Да, все, что сейчас многое предлагается, почему такой интерес, и у нас несколько сотен тезисов заявлено для докладов, потому что сейчас почти не предлагается информатизация в образовании, это новое, это новизна. И в данном случае уже как председатель ВАКа, а не только как ректор УДН, я знаю, что когда мы в ВАКе смотрим диссертации, мы в первую очередь ищем, что же там нового, в чем новизна. Я даже не говорю слово «актуальность», которое мы там ищем всегда в диссертациях, потому что эта тематика априорно актуальна. А вот новизна, которая может быть предложена нам с вами в этих докладах, и, соответственно, мы издаем в электронном виде наш сборник, в том числе, эти наши материалы будут доступны, подчеркиваю, многим тысячам работников образования. Наверняка со многими из вас, докладчиками, будет установлен затем контакт, или учителями, коллегами по средней школе, или из высших учебных заведений, как это использовать, что вы имели в виду в ваших тезисах, в ваших материалах, которые вы представлены. Как раз подъехали в том числе и студенты из московского City University, скажем так, называем его, потому что университет стал больше, чем Московский городской педагогический университет. И я хочу вам представить коллег здесь и хочу поблагодарить ректора Московского городского педагогического университета Римаренко Игоря Михайловича за то, что мы вместе являемся соорганизаторами этой важной конференции. Я представляю вам ректора университета Римаренко Игоря Михайловича тоже. У нас есть очень важное слово, ключевое, может быть, тоже в рамках нашей конференции, международная конференция. Очень важно нам с вами не выдумывать в каждой стране нечто свое, но смотреть на этот опыт других стран, как эти страны реализуют. В этой связи я хочу представить вот коллег, которые находятся здесь и будут выступать сегодня, завтра с докладами. И в первую очередь я хочу подчеркнуть участие здесь Института ЮНЕСКО. Есть специальный институт информационных технологий в образовании. И здесь присутствует директор Института информационных технологий в образовании господин Тао Джан. Приветствую. Я также хочу представить вам людей из разных, может быть, даже континентов, стран и из очень известных стран, которые достигли успехов в применении информационных технологий. Я хочу представить вам профессора из известнейшего университета в мире, Массачусетский технологический институт, MIT, профессор Ляо Хаосян. Я также хочу особо поблагодарить, потому что данный профессор представляет специальное издание в Германии, которое называется «Компьютерные инструменты в образовании». И хочу поблагодарить за приезд к нам сюда Хайнца Шумана. Да. Италия – следующая страна, которая участвует и будет делать доклад, и мы узнаем об опыте университета Милана, Италия. И я хочу представить вам профессора Маттиа Монга. Австрия. И тем более очень важно, что это речь идет о представителе инженерной направленности. Как в инженерном направлении используется директор, есть известнейший в Европе, один из старейших, университет Вены. Классический университет, и в рамках этого университета, как и в нашем университете, есть инженерный институт, и я хочу представить вам директора инженерного института университета Вены, господина Геральда Фучика. Ну, особо я хочу поблагодарить, здесь не всех вижу, одной девушки не вижу, но я скажу об этом. Дело в том, что, вот, как я всегда говорю про ректоров, что не боги горшки обжигают, а их заместители. Конечно же, эту конференцию готовили мы совместно с педагогическим университетом городским. Я хочу поблагодарить за эту работу нашего редактора, он является главным редактором журнала «Информатизация в образовании». Это журнал, который уже издается не один десяток, не только 10 лет, больше. И я хочу поблагодарить его за организацию этого мероприятия. Заведующий кафедрой Московского городского педагогического университета профессор Гриншкун Вадим Валерьевич. Да. И вот мы здесь нарушили основополагающие европейские ценности, гендерное равенство. И хочу сказать, что от Университета дружбы народов вместе с профессором Гриншкуном этим вопросом занималась также доктор наук, директор учебно-научного института сравнительно образовательной политики Симонова Мария Александровна, где она? Она нет. Ну, давайте поаплодируем. Она где-то работает, да. Где-то здесь, была с нами с утра, и где-то здесь работает. И если можно, поскольку мы действительно готовили конференцию вместе, и очень много приедет выступать коллег из Московского городского педагогического университета, особенно на секции, я хочу попросить выступить ректора этого университета Римаренко Игоря Михайловича. Игорь Михайлович.
Спасибо большое, Владимир Михайлович, дорогие коллеги. Вы знаете, начиная эту конференцию, нельзя не вспомнить те этапы, с которыми мы столкнулись в сфере информационных технологий в образовании. Я помню, что я застал еще в 80-х годах появление в школе курса информатики. Там были такие первые учебники, они были такие тоненькие, их только пробовали, и для многих из нас мы еще не понимали, вот в чем предмет этого курса, потому что, с одной стороны, в нем действительно говорилось про некоторые технологические решения, а с другой стороны, там была действительно новая реальность алгоритмического мышления, которая позволяла нам совершенно иначе обрабатывать информацию. И многие увлекались этой алгоритмической реальностью. Я в 80-х годах тогда поступил в школу юного программиста. Это казалось очень чрезвычайно интересным делом. И самое, наверное, большое удивление, которое мы испытали тогда, это еще была докомпьютерная эпоха, не во всех школах были компьютеры. Самое большое удивление было тогда, что мир информации большой, он связан друг с другом, и он может быть объектом преобразований. Это странно, но именно благодаря учебнику информатики я научился работать со ссылками. Просто как-то информатики очень особенно заботились именно о том, чтобы все, что они говорят, имело подтверждение в ранее опубликованной литературе и могло бы быть проверено и изучено дополнительно. Первый период действительно познакомил нас с текстовыми редакторами, с редакторами звуков, музыки, изображений, и это уже вселяло большую уверенность и большой оптимизм. Однако уже на следующем этапе, менее чем через 10 лет, случился еще один удивительный момент. Со всем этим можно стало работать не только на компьютерах, которые находились в специальных научных вычислительных центрах, в университетах, но и непосредственно дома. Для многих из нас тогда переход к персональному компьютеру стал огромным вызовом, просто потому что не все могли его купить, это было очень дорого. И кардинальное технологическое изменение состояло в том, что все, что мы сделали в вычислительном центре, в университете, в школе, можно было записать на специальный носитель, принести домой и продолжить работу с этим носителем. Это открывало совершенно колоссальные возможности по поводу обмена сделанными разработками и позволяло делиться всеми нашими креативными достижениями. Это было следующим удивлением в сфере информационных технологий. Но жизнь не стояла на месте, появлялись новые удивления, и для меня они были связаны с тем, что к тому времени я уже закончил университет, мы начали работать в школе. Я работал тогда в школе, которая считалась передовиком в области информационных технологий. У нас был один компьютерный класс, который мы купили в лизинг. До 3 часов дня мы проводили учебные занятия, а после 3 часов дня мы учили бухгалтеров. Тогда бухгалтера были первые люди, которые осваивали компьютеры, потому чтобы эти компьютеры использовать. Так вот, здесь состоялось еще одно удивление. Я помню, появился интернет. Вообще говоря, не очень тогда мы понимали, зачем это все нужно, но достаточно сложный доступ через громкие шуршащие модемы к разным объемам информации быстро стал интересен, и уже и нельзя было помыслить дня, чтобы в начале рабочего дня не проверить электронную почту. Это стало совершенно очевидно. Но и тут удивления не закончились. Я помню, как один из наших коллег взял 12 дискет, принес их в школу и решил установить на компьютере совершенно громоздкую и непонятную нам систему. Никто не понял, зачем это нужно. Это был Windows 3, напомните, 3.11, да. Вот я один из самых ярых противников был этого. Зачем? Долго на каждом компьютере. Но тут у нас появились колоссальные возможности по поводу коммуникации разного софта, разного программного обеспечения. Мы смогли наработки из одного программного обеспечения быстро переносить в другое, связывать их друг с другом, а иногда и используя интернет с разработками, которые были выставлены в интернете. Я помню, что в этот момент один из коллег показал мне, как работают поисковые системы. Я опять удивился, я сказал, зачем это нужно, ведь, в общем, понятно, есть библиотека, сайт библиотеки, или нескольких библиотек, на которые мы уже ходили. Есть сайт Министерства образования. Зачем нужны эти поисковые системы, думал я в то время. Но совершенно жизнь изменилась, и, в общем, помыслить нынешнее состояние без поисковых систем тоже невозможно. Ну и, конечно, самые яркие удивления, они, по-видимому, еще впереди, они нас ждут сейчас с наступлением эпохи больших данных и искусственного интеллекта, когда мы можем отслеживать, например, успеваемость студентов в университете и смотреть, какие тренды успеваемости положительные, а какие отрицательные. Совсем удивительные вещи происходят, когда мы сможем отслеживать вовлеченность в учебный процесс по лицам, по телодвижениям, по различного рода знакам. Мы можем видеть, насколько то, что мы делаем, интересно или неинтересно. Ну и для нашего Московского городского педагогического университета изначально страшно интересно видеть, как меняются образовательные технологии, меняется образовательный процесс. Вы услышите на сегодняшней конференции доклады о Московской электронной школе. Так вот, я бы хотел подчеркнуть, что наибольший эффект и интерес к Московской электронной школе привлекает именно то, что в единой информационной среде мы имеем самые разные разработки учителей. То есть, если раньше все те следы, которые оставляли учителя, были сосредоточены в школьном журнале, там записывались фамилии учеников, отметки, которые они получали, и темы уроков, то сейчас мы видим, что в Московской электронной школе остается все содержание всех уроков, всех учителей. Это совершенно новые возможности для анализа и улучшения этой среды, в том смысле, что мы можем видеть, на каких навыках сосредотачиваются учителя, какие параграфы из учебников и другой учебной литературы они не используют, какие они используют, и если даже этого нет в школьных стандартах образования, они привносят и считают это необходимым, поскольку это глубже помогает проникнуть в тему изучения. Все это лишь только появляется в нашей жизни, и в информатизации образования наступают новые, самые удивительные и неожиданные времена. Я желаю нам больше удивляться, и пусть эта конференция откроет перед нами новые проекты. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо, Игорь Михайлович. Я как раз хочу отметить, что вот Игорь Михайлович говорил про свой опыт, не назвав регион, где он был, но я хочу сказать, что Игорь Михайлович имеет очень хороший опыт работы заместителем министра образования и науки Российской Федерации, и он сам из Красноярска, где занимался разными уровнями образования в Красноярске. И я хочу вот эту мысль по далекому региону Красноярску для наших коллег и иностранцев пояснить, что, вообще говоря, это Сибирь, это, может быть, даже почти центр Сибири, Красноярский регион. И вот не только Игорь Михайлович был заместителем министра, у меня был первый заместитель министра образования из Красноярска Болотов Петр Александрович. И поэтому вполне логично, что теперь наш новый министр науки и высшего образования Котяков Михаил Михайлович, он из Красноярска. И это действительно регион, в котором образование было поставлено достаточно на хорошем уровне. Это при том, что я могу пояснить для наших коллег, что до Красноярска дальше, чем до запада Европы, дальше, чем до Италии, дальше, чем до Испании. И по территории Красноярский регион – это 5 территорий Франции. Один Красноярский район, который там находится, 5 территорий Франции. Я к чему это говорю, что на самом деле есть еще один аспект, который мы обязаны, лучшие университеты, лучшие школы преподнести, разработать для российского образования. Это доступность с помощью новых информационных технологий. Это одна из задач, которая решает, в частности, Институт информационных технологий ЮНЕСКО, когда с помощью информационной технологии надо сделать доступными материалы для и школьников, и учителей в совсем маленьких деревнях в Африке, в Азии, в горах с помощью информационных технологий. В этой связи я сегодня коллегам называл, чтобы просто понимали масштабность нашей ответственности. Когда в свое время мы давали данные, сейчас стали лучше немножко данные, но в 2001 году в Российской Федерации было 5200 школ, 5200, в которых численность детей с 1 по 9 класс была всех детей меньше, чем 20 человек. Таких школ было 5200. И этим детям надо давать качественное образование, иначе они не выйдут потом на ЕГЭ. И это наша с вами ответственность, как разрабатывать те материалы, которые могли бы использовать учителя в этих школах, ученики в этих школах. И помимо того, что сегодня в основном доклады посвящены углублению технологий, я просил бы нас тоже иметь в виду, что мы должны сделать с помощью этих технологий доступным образование для детей во всех точках нашей огромной планеты, включая в Африке, Азии, Латинской Америке. Маленькая ремарка по качеству образования. Господин Тауль знает, мы с ним вместе работали в руководящем комитете ЮНЕСКО по программе образования 2030. И в мире 250 миллионов детей, которые заканчивают начальную школу, 3-4 класса, это 250 миллионов детей, которые закончили школу и которые не умеют ни читать, ни писать. Это данные ЮНЕСКО. Это качество начального школьного образования. Они не умеют ни читать, ни писать. Вот поэтому, чтобы мы понимали масштабность 250 миллионов человек в мире, какова наша ответственность перед этими детьми, которые формально посещают школы, а потому что на самом деле мы еще не научили учителей, как преподавать, как учить этому. Поэтому перед нами с вами стоят очень серьезные задачи, и я хочу попросить выступить сейчас представителя одного из наших лучших университетов в мире. Его тема «The Future of Global Language MOOCs Education at MIT». И я хочу попросить выступить с этим докладом профессора MIT University Ляо Хаосян. Please. Пожалуйста. Да. Там есть вода. Помогите презентацию включить. So, he can help you.
Oh, good morning. It's really my honor to be here in Moscow the second time. And thank you, Rector, and for having me here. So today I think I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing at MIT for, I would say, at least the past 3 years. So I would say I would start with these slides. First of all, this is MIT. And I think most of us, we come from higher ed. We're teaching in colleges or universities. Let's kind of consider or reconsider what is the purpose of having a university nowadays in the 21st century. I would say that if you have the opportunity to go back to your school paper and kind of read the purpose of having a university, I think you'll probably find this line. At least from MIT, we feel that the purpose of having a university is to produce and to disseminate knowledge. That means we are able to produce expertise and kind of make it accessible to the world, as I would say that the global community. So we try to make education and language to as many people as possible, again, in the world. Let me introduce a little bit of background about a couple of keywords in MIT we really focus. The first word, I think, is kind of like becomes a stereotype now. It's called innovation. So what does innovation mean to us in a way? Second thing is we talk about money. Entrepreneurship, in large ways, we're talking about how can you make your project sustainable? So we're talking about entrepreneurship. In other words, we talk a little bit about money. The third word that we really care is what we call the residential and global impacts. Residential means MIT, so we really make sure that the education at MIT is good, is high quality. The second thing is we would like to bring impact to the global community, which means to the world. So there are a couple of words that we really care about. We're talking about global classrooms. So it goes beyond MIT. It's not like you need to go to MIT to enjoy the high-quality education. We bring the high-quality education to the world, which is what we call global classrooms. Second thing is, this is 21st century now. I would say that we need to have global strategies or digital strategies. Basically means like from your department, from your school, or from your institutions as a whole. If you don't have digital strategies, I would say that you probably want to put this into your overall curriculum design. I think when we talk about a proposal or project, the way that we approach this or accomplish this is to, do you have the digital strategies to accomplish what you're doing or plan to do? So this is two questions for you, actually from my school that we often think about. The fonts are kind of funny here, but anyway. So first of all, why do students come to class? Why do students come to classroom today? Do they really need to kind of leave their dorm to come to your classroom, sitting with the other, they say 50 students, and just enjoying 1 hour lecture from you? What kind of interactions do they have? Do they really need to come here physically? Second thing, let's dream a little bit. If you have the power and resources of having your own classrooms, what would you like your classroom to be like? What kind of environment do you want your classroom to look like in 5 years? The reason we want to talk about this is for educators, I know we have realities. I know that sometimes the world is not as ideal. However, our colleagues from computer science, they are really advancing very rapidly. So this is a slide from Google. That at least in 2017, our colleagues sitting in our next buildings, they want the people or the machines to be able to talk to people in 5 years. So for humanities, for social science people, what is our dream in 5 years? So while our engineering and computer science colleagues, they are really moving so fast, I think it's important for us to have a goal, So this is another slide from our school, which is from August. If you look at this slide, basically it says like the most popular MOOC course is MIT, which is computer science. They already have students enrollment of more than 1 million. So we're talking about the most popular course at MIT, which is computer science. And they have already 1 million students across the globe. So think about our humanities in a way, huh? So let me come back to my topic today, which is about MOOCs. I'm sure you know about that this is abbreviation for massive, open, online courses. Massive means global, so basically to the whole world. Second thing is open. Open means free. If you are not free and you call yourself open, it's not real open. You have to be able to provide affordable, I would say at least free, affordable education in order to be claimed open. The third one, it needs to be online. So again, technology is important. You need to have internet. Third thing is, it's a course. It's not putting your teaching plans on the line. It's a course. So what constitutes a course? You need to have syllabus. You need to have schedules. You need to have goals. You need to have assessments. So anyway, so since it's online, I think it kind of challenges our conventional education because it produces a lot of possibilities and opportunities for either educators, because we need a lot of new teachers. And it produces millions of consumers, which means money. Think about if you have millions of consumers. Think about the computer science course, which we have 1 million students. How are you going to make use of those 1 million students? Let me continue. I think there are basically two main providers of MOOCs right now in the United States, or I would say in the whole world. It started in 2012. So basically, it's still six years old. It's still a baby. So I don't want to, I think there are lots of concerns about whether technology will replace the conventional classrooms. Think about MOOC as a little kid. It's only 6 years old. So treat it as, I would say treat it with the love and care that you usually give to a 6-year-old baby. So I would say there are basically two main providers. One is called edX, which is by MIT and Harvard. And the other is called Coursera. Coursera is by our competitor, Stanford. So there are basically two main providers. The reason I want to talk about providers is because I'm sure you know what those means. They are providers. It's the provider that is going to play the game of competition. I'm sure that we all use one of those we call browsers now, and it's really impossible for Japan to produce its own provider and say, I want to compete with Firefox, with Google Chrome. It's way impossible because it's too expensive. So we're competing actually not with courses on MOOCs. We're competing with MOOC providers. And so far, I would say there are only a limited number of MOOC providers that are competitive in the market. So why do we do this? I often say that there are a couple of reasons for us to do MOOCs. First of all, because it's for our students. You know that students, they like to sleep. They find all kinds of excuses not to come to class. But even though that they don't come to classrooms, we can provide them with, again, education. So one is for our students. The second thing is for our alum. You know, MIT alum, they are powerful. They are not just regular alarms. So we have alarm traveling around the world. So they also hope that when they touch down in China, over 12 hours of flight, they can at least say 你好, which means hi in Mandarin. Think about your time on the flight. It can be a torture over the 10 or even longer flights. What about that if you can go to Thailand for vacation, and when you touch down, at least you learn 2 phrases about how do you say hi in Thai, or how do you say thank you in Thai. I think this is what we actually, as tourists, we probably kind of hoping for from the flight. And let me move on to the types of MOOCs. I would say, again, even though MOOC is a baby, it has grown up significantly. So now it can be for residential, which is for our MIT students. It can be global for the whole world. Third, it becomes a professional certificate. And then it becomes a degree. Let me show you some examples. So this is for residential. So basically you see here, this is called MITx. Whenever the course on edX is always add X at the end. So from MIT, we call MITx. From Harvard, it's called HarvardX. From Stanford, not Stanford, Stanford is our competitor. Anyway, from Brown, it's called BrownX. So anyway, so this is what we call the residential MITx. This is our members. So you look at the list of those schools. So you have schools, again, from the world. They say from Switzerland, from anywhere in the world. So this is our members. And as you can see, they are all schools. And they are not just regular schools. They are good schools. So in a way, it means quality. It's a course from Harvard. It's a course from MIT. It's a course from Berkeley. Again, they are 100% free. You probably will find it interesting that we also have some Russian courses under edX. I'm sure you can read it much better than I do. They are mostly about engineering. Again, they are free. They are free. And this is what I call, it's a professional course now. They say GE. If you take this course, you get a job at GE. So this is what I call professional certificates. Think about this. If you take this course A, you can get a job at Microsoft. Would you do it? Probably you would. If you take this course, you can work for Google. Would you do that? Probably you will. This is what we call professional certificates. Again, they are not, they're free. They're free. And let me give you a number. So over the past 6 years, MOOCs we have enrollments of more than 1.7 million students worldwide. I need to say that yes, the dropout means they quit. The dropout rate of MOOCs, it's high. So they say that only 10% students, they will stay. You know that, you take courses online, you will find excuses to be lazy. That's a problem about MOOC education now. But anyway, this is about the number. This is about the number. I would say let's say if your school is interested in doing MOOCs, you need 3 components. One is you need money, which means financial. Second thing, you need, again, digital strategies. You need technology. If you don't have a technical team, it's going to be a problem. Third thing, you need educators. So even though you have the money, you have the technology, you need people who know about education. So those people who are sitting down there today, our role is important. Our role as educators are irreplaceable. You need to make your expertise contributable to the engineering world by working with them. So do your part. And this is a course we have produced for the past 3 years. As you can see here, we have produced 6 Mandarin courses online and 100% free. So basically, we have 2 sidetracks. We have 2 tracks. One is what we call the regular Mandarin Chinese. The other part is we do business Chinese. If you look closely about the lower part, it's actually a professional certificate. If you are curious about the line, this is our website. This is our website. I would say that, let me talk a little bit more about the details about what's the most important part of doing MOOCs. First of all, I would say that, let's look at number 4. You need to know what your outcomes are. Each course, again, it's a course, has goals, has objectives. You need to tell me very specifically, I spend my time every day with you. What am I going to become after 3 months? Right? That's why the students come to your classroom today. After 3 months, I know I will get an A, B, or C from your course, and I can graduate. That's the same thing about MOOC courses. You need to tell me after 1 course, what can I do? What can I do? Second thing, it's about assessment. How do you test the students? If you think about our vocational, conventional classrooms, you give tests to the students. What about these students come from India? How are we going to do the testing on the line? What about it's a kid from Pakistan? Have you thought about this? So I would say that, again, the course is open to the whole world. You have no control of who your students are. So how are you going to do the testing? What about it's a student in a mountain area in Russia, in Siberia, with no internet? How are you going to engage them? How are you going to educate them? How do you to make them feel I'm part of this course? Let me move on. Let me talk about IP, intellectual property. So when it comes to online, make sure that everything has no copyright issues. This is important when we talk about online education, even though that it's open and free. You need to make sure that nobody will sue you for IP. It's significant. And the third one, let's talk about money. I think the second one from the bottom, which is called revenue. Revenue means that your course can generate revenues. So you have some money left in order to make your course sustainable. It's important to know that education is expensive. Let me repeat this phrase. If you really want your project to be sustainable, you need to be able to make it into a business model. Otherwise, you are always struggling with the funding. So you have to find ways in order to make your project to be able to be sustainable. And the key part is you need to have data. I think we just learned from the importance of the data from the previous introduction talks, because online education involves with this. It's about computer science, it's about AI, it's about human-computer interactions. If you don't know who your audience is, if you have no number about how much time do people like to spend on the computer every day? How much time can you give to a movie and before you quit and switch? If you don't have these kind of numbers and you want to do MOOC courses, chances that you will fail. Chances you will fail. And I think at MIT, we have very clear guidelines about the SOP, the standard operation procedures about how to produce a MOOC courses. So basically, you need to go through all this. This is just page 1. We have page 2. And then we have page 3. Anyway, so I would say that you need to be able to produce a series of SOPs in order to, again, produce a high-quality MOOC course. That's why MOOC is about education, not about information. Let me repeat. We do only education. We have no interest in just sharing our information to the global community. So we don't do information. We do education, and we're talking about high-quality education. So this is our accomplishments. So I think over the past 3 years, our students, we have more than 200,000 students in the world. Again, it's only 3 years. We have done this only for 3 years. And this is, again, it's a little baby. But this baby is interesting. We have 200,000 students from 198 countries. It's very powerful. We have students registered in Kenya, which from a town that you can never point on the map. So when we talk about the work global community, I think it brings another total fascinating topic. First of all, I would say that yes, we're from the United States. We do have our point of views, but we know how to win the hearts and the minds of the global community. Because everyone, we need recognition, respect. We want to be considered that I'm a nice person. So I would say that in order to accommodate students from 198 countries, we need to know a lot about their cultures. So it's really an education beyond, I would say, beyond countries. So we have no borders at all. This is just a slide that gives you an idea about who are our students. So as you can see here, this is the enrollments from our almost 200 countries. And 1%, thank you, is from Russia. So I think thank you, Russia, for contributing to us for at least about, I would say, 2,000 to 3,000 students. So 100% of our core students are actually from Russia. And actually, I think, I would say 1/4 of them are still from the United States or Europe. And this is their age. This is what I call about data. If you consider that students globally, they're from 1 year old to 99 years old, you're wrong. Because they do have their statistics here. Because first of all, they are aged from 25 to 45. So they have time for online education. Second thing, they are educated. So they have at least college diploma to the higher degrees. So this is the important data to know. What MOOC learners are we talking about here? So I would say that there are 3 key components about producing a very successful MOOC-linked course online. One is social networking. I'm sure you heard about Yandex. You heard about Google. You heard about Facebook. Those kinds of things. They are called social networking. You need to be able to engage them, and the easiest way is through those networkings because it's available 24/7. Second thing, you need to have good teachers. So again, please respect your expertise as a teacher. We need good teachers, even though online. Because we need good educators. The third thing is we need good videos. You don't have to be Hollywood quality videos. However, your videos cannot be too boring. Think about that, the time you spend on your iPhones or your cell phones. How much time does it take you to switch to the next video? It's probably less than 30 seconds. If the video is not good enough, you have no patience to continue. So please invest your money to some extent to video quality. It needs to look good. This is just some details. I'm not going to talk about that. We need to be able to engage 200,000 students worldwide. How do we do that? Can you really do languages online? Yes, we can. We invest on tutors. We put money into hiring people in order for them to, first of all, they don't need to sleep. Again, we have 24 hours different time zones in the world. While I'm sleeping in Boston, students, they are just getting up in China. We need to be able to produce 24/7 service in the globe. So it's kind of like a 7-Eleven. We need to be able to open 24 hours online. And the best way is to invest people around the world. Okay, so this is just some data about like our students, basically they are happy. I'm not saying that they are 100% happy, but at least they're happy about what we've been doing. And I think they're liking our courses so far. Let me continue. I know that my time is a little bit limited. Anyway, so let me come back to this slide. So the purpose of a university nowadays is, let's look at the right part, a new model for teaching. If you feel as an educator that your lectures, your talk every day, every year is repetitive, you say the same thing every year on the first day of each semester, try to consider having it videotaped. If you feel, again, what you're talking every day or every year is repetitive, consider having it on videos and make it accessible to your students. Even though you don't come here, well, watch online. And second thing, you need to be able to incorporate technology into your classrooms. If you don't know what technology is, ask. Ask. This is what I call each school needs to have an office of digital learning. Third thing, when students, they really come to school, they come to classrooms, focus on their learning experiences. Do something that technology cannot nowadays. And I'm sure, for the most part, it's about interactions. As a teacher, we can still interact with students very efficiently. How are you? Boom. How are you? Boom. So the interaction takes less than 1 second. In machine, it needs 3 seconds. I'm saying it's catching up. If you still feel that I, as a human being, have advantages over robots, you are only 1/3 better. Because it's catching up. Human-machine interactions are moving faster and faster. So focus on your students' learning experiences. Okay, so I would say, let me kind of like jump into my last part of my presentation, which is I call a new chapter in global education. We're talking about global online language and culture education nowadays. I would say, in addition to the 3 components I just mentioned, technology, pedagogy, media, that's also considered artistics. We're talking about arts. We're talking about how do you present your materials in a way that looks pretty, that looks, wow, this is fascinating, instead of just boring black and white. Let me give you some examples. That's why I would say we do need international collaborations. So in case you are interested in this part, I'd be happy to talk. International collaboration nowadays become a default. We all need it, no matter where your school, your institution is located. We need, and actually it's a must, to have international collaborations. So this is a few projects we're engaged right now. So the project I was talking about is Mandarin X. It's called Mandarin X. On the left-hand side, we have one project which is called Chinese Easy. So it's called Chinese. The lower part, as you can see, is actually Spanish. It's an online speech recognition. It focuses on spoken. The lower part, which you might find interesting, is actually a Mandarin course produced by St. Petersburg State University. So I would say this is quite interesting for me. So anyway, international collaborations. This is the online speech recognition I'm talking about. I would say nowadays when it comes to books, listening and reading, they're a piece of cake for us. That means super easy. We have no problem dealing with listening and reading at all online. But we do have challenges in speaking and writing. And this is one of the ways we kind of come up about speech recognition. What is speech recognition? It's Siri. Consider your talk with your iPhones. What can Siri answer you? Or Alexa, those kind of speech recognitions. One day, hopefully, when you talk to Siri, how are you today? It can say, blah, 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 blah. That's called machine-human being interactions. So anyway, this is one of the online speech recognitions we do with our collaborators. This is Chinese characters. They look extremely boring. Extremely. However, if we bring arts into them, at least your eyes will open. You open your eyes and kind of like glue on them for at least 2 or 3 seconds. This is what I mean by aesthetics. Let's bring some sense of beauty to education. You need investment. You need someone who knows about art to bring colors to the education. This is what I mean by let's do it with some arts. Let me conclude my presentation with this one. I think in the second culture, this one by C2, second culture, we have different roles to play. As educators, we can producing our students to be tourists, to be observers, to be participants. I would say that ask about your own programs. What kind of students do you want to produce after your program? I would say that should be your goal, right? My goal is to produce my student or train my students to be able to A, B, C, D, E by doing what? And this is at least my idea about my directing the program at MIT. Lastly, it also conforms with what we call the standardized tests in the United States, which is by ACFO, which is an association of teaching foreign languages in the United States. So this is your goal, but it needs to conform to the standardized test in your society. And this is my first slide for you, and hopefully I would say that it gives you some idea about your responses, or at least your thoughts about those 2 questions. What do students do nowadays? Second thing, I hope that we have some Olympic dreams about 5 years in the future. I will welcome your thoughts and suggestions. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, господин Ляо Хаосян, за очень интересное видение, тем более, как я уже сказал, со стороны самого продвинутого в этой области, в области создания МУКов в мире университета MIT. Они были родоначальниками в мире и сейчас являются самыми продвинутыми в этом отношении, поэтому очень интересно видение изнутри университета по этим подходам. Сейчас мы, может быть, в большей степени от высшего образования, о котором говорил господин Ляо Хаосян, подойдем, может быть, больше к школьному образованию. И я попрошу выступить, как я уже сказал, есть единственный в мире, базирующийся в Москве, Институт информационных технологий в образовании при ЮНЕСКО. И я хочу попросить выступить сейчас директора Института информационных технологий в образовании, господина Тао Джана. Пожалуйста.
Thank you very much, Professor Filipov, and добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, and dear colleagues and friends. It is always a great pleasure to visit Ludan, this great university. Every time I come here, I am always fascinated and touched by the passion and vision of your university, from the students and professors, and your vision to experience the world in one university. And I really like the vision and idea of Professor Filipov. And it's a nice opportunity for me to come here to learn and from you, and also from other speakers at this conference. UNESCO IITE, the Institute for Information Technology in Education, was founded jointly by UNESCO and the Russia Federation some exactly 21 years ago. Since then, we have been enjoying the generosity and the support, as well as collaboration with the Ministry of Education, with different organizations, particularly universities, including Ludan in Russia Federation. As a matter of fact, Ludan is the most frequently visited university by me and also my colleagues from UNESCO IITE. And talking about continuing education or informatization and continuing education, to be honest, I'm not an expert. I'm no longer an expert in this field. Though I was in charge of continuing education back home in China some 20 years ago at Shandong University. And later I worked with the Ministry of Education in China, take care of ICT in education at the national level before I joined UNESCO at the beginning last year. Very often I speak of sustainable development goal for education, or SDG 4, or Education 2030 agenda, as mentioned a number of times by Professor Filipov, and also the role of ICT, information and communication technology, is a special role, is a special impact for achieving this ambitious goal. And it's the first time in Moscow I talk about ICT and continuing education. I'm a bit nervous about that. And anyway, I will share with you some of my ideas, my understanding, and information from UNESCO in this field. Talking about UNESCO, I'm still a new member of this global organization. I was very lucky to have the opportunity working together with Professor Filipov as we were drafting the Incheon Declaration in 2015, as well as the Framework for Action for Education 2030 agenda after the Sustainable Development Goal was adopted in New York by all the UN member states in 2015. After that, UNESCO adopted its own action plan. We call it Framework for Action for Education 2030, focusing on the holistic general goal, which is number 4 among all the 17 SDGs for education, and also its means of implementations focusing on this field. So at the moment, and until the year 2030, I believe Sustainable Development Goal for Education, SDG 4, is the most important agenda for UNESCO and also for all its member states. And I believe that the unique strength of UNESCO is its commitment, of the shared commitment of all its member states. At the moment, we still have the United States as a UNESCO member state. Unfortunately, or possibly, we are going to lose United States at the beginning of next year. But who knows, maybe President Donald Trump will change his mind and to stay with us. And secondly, UNESCO has its global networking. It's a global network connecting all member states and the international education community, as well as private sector. For instance, also the leading IT companies. We need them for reaching the SDG 4 to achieve Education 2030 agenda. Talking about SDG 4, we all know It is a shared commitment and ambitious goal of the international community to reach the goal which states to ensure inclusive, equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning process for all. When we talk about SDG 4 and continuing education, I asked myself, where is continuing education in SDG 4? SDG 4, comparing to the previous one, Education for All agenda, it highlights, it's holistic. It covers all the stages, levels of education, starting from primary school, starting from preschool, primary school, secondary education to college and higher education, and in a lifelong process. So SDG 4 highlights lifelong learning, and continuing education undoubtedly is part of lifelong learning. That is a new highlight of this education agenda. And secondly, SDG 4 highlights not just accessibility, but also quality of learning, the quality of education, and which is also an important issue and challenging issue for continuing education, comparing to the basic education and the higher education at the universities. So it is my understanding that continuing education plays an important role and takes a special place in Education 2030 agenda. Although there is no standing alone, a separate target focusing on continuing education. As we know, there is a target focusing on technical and vocational education. There is a target focusing on quality teachers, qualified teachers, quality teachers. Unfortunately, there is no single independent or separate target among its 10 targets of SDG 4 focusing on continuing education. However, continuing education as part of lifelong learning process, it's the new highlight of SDG 4. It deserves our special focus and collective efforts in this area. And how about ICT, information and communication technology, and SDG 4? That is a question I was very often asked, because the Institute of UNESCO, IITE, our mission is to promote the creative use of ICT in education transformation and in the achievement of SDG 4. So we believe when you talk about education transformation and Education 2030 agenda, without ICT, it's impossible to reach our goal for Education 2030. So no ICT, it is apparently no ICT, there will be no 2030 agenda, because ICT really transforms our education system, the way of our teaching and learning, as demonstrated as a good example by Dr. Liao in his presentation. And unfortunately, there is no standing alone target in the SDG 4, including among its 10 targets. As we know, there are 7 individual targets under SDG 4 and 3 means of implementation. Among these 3, the first one is focusing on the school infrastructure and its condition, its safety, and everything about schools, particularly schools in remote area. And second means of implementation is focused on students, particularly the mobility of students, and the scholarships, with a special attention and focus on students from small island countries and from the poor region, developing countries. And the third one is focusing on teachers. I will come back to this issue. And as Professor Filipov and I, we were working on the framework for action for education 2030, I have tried to make a proposal that why we don't have a standing alone, a separate means of implementation, which focuses on ICT. We need it because this is the uniqueness of the 21st century. Without ITC, we couldn't reach our goal. But unfortunately, all these 7 plus 3, these 10 targets were already fixed by United Nations, a special organization. But who knows, maybe in the process of our implementation and approach, in reaching our goal for 2030, we still have more than 10 years, 12 or 13 years. And so maybe we can have one individual target focusing on ICT in education. This is simply because ICT is about every aspect, every level of education and every aspect of education. So this is also the mission of the Institute. Even though there is no standing alone target focusing on ICT in education in Education 2030 agenda, however, UNESCO has a general and a strategic approach in promoting ICT in education transformation and in achieving Education 2030 agenda. Let me share some of its focus or its activities in this area. The first area is about OER, Open Education Resources, and MOOCs, as just introduced by Dr. Liao. And Open Education Resources, we call it an OER movement, was initiated by UNESCO almost at the same time as MOOCs was introduced. It was earlier. However, the first historical document was adopted in Paris in the year 2012 with the Paris Declaration on Open Educational Resources. The purpose is to increase the access to quality education resources, online or offline, in any form, and in order to improve the accessibility and inclusive for all learners. And by open education resources, we mean these resources are open licensed, and also all it is put on the public domain for free use and reuse, produce and reproduce, and editor and re-editing for this, for any of the open educational resources. And I think this is the most influential movement of UNESCO among with all its member states to promote the accessibility to learning materials. And at the moment, after the Paris Declaration, there was the Second World Congress on OER, which was held last year in Ljubljanka, in Slovenia, where we adopted Ljubljanka Action Plan on OER. So you can see the significant changes. At the policy level, many member states adopted policies to support open education resources at the national level. And a lot of non-government organizations and international learning communities, they're working together with private sector, they're working together with partnership to promote the OER movement. And you can see significant progress, which improves the accessibility for many people, many learners, particularly those from remote area who cannot afford to the quality learning materials, particularly the online learning materials. Meanwhile, personally, myself, I'm a fan of MOOCs. As I was working with the Ministry of Education in China, I was working in this period, in this area, and after IDEX was introduced, we asked ourselves, when we can have the first MOOC in China. But now you have a different picture in China, as Dr. Liu, you know it better. And, but when we talk about OER and MOOCs, they have overlap, but they are different. Dr. Liu talked about MOOCs. MOOCs is open to everyone. MOOCs is free for access. However, unfortunately, most of the MOOCs, they are not open education resources because they are not open licensed. You cannot reuse it, reproduce it, and add it because of the copyrights. So in UNESCO, it's a little bit embarrassing, if I can put it this way. We are promoting the OER movement. However, MOOCs is not part of OER. So what we should do to better, to have joint efforts from the both sides. OER, which represents as a good, MOOCs, which represents, I believe, as a good example, the future learning and teaching, which really transforms our way of learning, teaching, and even the understanding of our education process. However, OER as a major movement, it has this major focus on accessibility and the inclusion of education, inclusive education. So when I talk with my colleagues or at other occasions, I have the idea to join the force. Maybe UNESCO should launch a new movement. We call it OER and MOOCs. I think we need both OER and MOOCs. And I couldn't see in the near future you can have all MOOCs as open education resources with the definition from UNESCO or the international community. However, we need MOOC. And copyright is still one of the driving force for entrepreneurship, for innovation. So it is my proposal, it is my idea that we should have both OER and MOOCs so that we can benefit even more people and we can have a focus simultaneously, a focus on inclusion of education and also on the transformation of teaching and learning for the future. And now we are working in this direction. That's the first information I would like to share with you. Secondly, I would like to share with you another major movement or strategy from UNESCO which focuses on teachers. When we talk about education, when we talk about continuing education, we first talk about teachers. And we just celebrated World Teachers' Day 10 days ago. It was World Teachers' Day. And if you look at the UNESCO website, you can find the right to education means the right to a qualified teacher. So teachers, they play a decisive role in education. And teachers is still a very respected profession here in Russia and back home in China also. However, teaching, to be a teacher, is now a very challenging profession, if I can put it this way, because teach is no longer a one-way action. Maybe we need another name for teachers. Since if you say in English, teach, it seems to me it's always one-way action. But now learning is a shared process. And our kids, the children, they are born as digital citizens. They have advantages. They understand the information and communication technology much easier and better than their teachers, than me. And so it's a big challenge. to the teachers. That's why UNESCO focuses on teachers, since teachers, they need special support. Particularly when using the advanced information technology. If you have internet accessibility, you have computers, laptops, and all the fancy things, if they are all ready, but the outcomes of learning in class and outside of classroom may be different. It depends on the teachers. And UNESCO has one of its priority activities in this area. We call it competency, ICT competency for teachers. It's a capacity building. And UNESCO drafted a document. It is called the Framework of ICT Competency for Teachers. We work together with member states to develop the national version of competency for teachers. We work together with different member states. For instance, our institute, we work with different countries in the CIS region and also in Africa at the moment to train teachers to provide both in online and face-to-face form for teacher professional development, focusing on ICT competencies. And every nation has its own situation. So they need a national version of this ICT competency document, and they need special training. So what we are doing together with headquarters is at different two levels. At the first level is a policy level. We expect that every country could adopt it and its own version focusing on ICT competency for teachers. And secondly, we'll work together with our partners from public and private sector as well, and focusing on ICT competency building for teachers. This is a huge area. We have very limited resources, and as I mentioned, UNESCO enjoys a global network, so we are open for collaboration. We work together also with IT companies and our donors, as well as Minister of Education and the universities in this area. And thirdly, I would like to share with you another major focus of UNESCO's agenda in ICT education, that is focusing on inclusion. When we talk about ICT, ICT is the information technology which changes our way of teaching and learning. However, this advantage should not be enjoyed by only persons or people who are rich enough, or universities or schools. They can provide good infrastructure and good service. And to reach the goal SDG 4 in the year 2030, the most challenging is the vulnerable groups, people living in remote area, people with disabilities, people, displaced people, even in unstable and post-crisis and war regions. These are the vulnerable groups we must take into consideration and pay special attention to, because they need the special support and help. When we talk about ICT in education, we couldn't forget digital divide or digital use divide. And we cannot eliminate digital difference, for instance, between United States and other developing countries, between Russia and our neighboring countries. However, we should try our best to narrow the digital divide or the digital use divide. This needs joint effort from universities, from UNESCO, and also as well as IT companies who own the most advanced technology in this field. For instance, artificial intelligence and these fascinating technologies. As an example, our institute, we are working together with ITU, the International Telecommunication Union, and also the All Russia Blind Association to set up joint labs. We want to try our best to, through joint efforts and joint and partnership, to provide the support to people with disabilities, the people with visual impairment, and kids with autism. And the most fascinating thing is that information and technology can help, can change the way, can offer them the alternative way to have access to training. I think for continuing education particularly, which is open to the public, we need to pay special attention to the vulnerable groups so that we can reach our shared goal and with our shared commitment towards Education 2030. So these are the ideas and program activities I would like to share with you. And UNESCO IITE is a Category 1 institute of UNESCO located in Russia. We enjoy, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, and we have been enjoying close collaboration with universities and education organizations, particularly with Lodent. We are looking forward to work together with you and also other partners, work together to make our dream come true for the year 2030. That is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. By for all, we mean for every individual person. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, господин Таоджан. И я хочу попросить вас, может быть, даже и использовать эту возможность написать некоторые записки, вопросы. Я сейчас об этом скажу, но в частности хочу обратить внимание, что у нас еще 3 интересных доклада опыта после перерыва, когда будет выступать профессор Геральд Фучик из Технического университета Вены, когда будет выступать из Германии с докладом профессор Хайни Шуман, и когда у нас выступает еще после перерыва сразу, до секционных заседаний в пленарке, профессор Маттио Монго из университета Милана. И в этой связи я хочу попросить докладчиков, может быть, у вас, если есть вопросы, вы можете подать, здесь вот есть место для записочек, они потом ответят на какие-то, может быть, ваши вопросы, наши зарубежные коллеги. В частности, я бы попросил ответить 2 докладчиков на такой вопрос, который нас очень многих волнует. Если касаясь последнего доклада господина Таоджана, то, может быть, пояснить в реализации очень важной для всех, для нас идеи Open Educational Resources, открытые образовательные ресурсы. Идея была в том, что каждая страна мира в какой-то мере находит возможности, что все разработанные, ну, скажем так, для России за бюджетные деньги курсы, программы, дисциплины школьными учителями, университетскими профессорами, чтобы это было в открытом ресурсе для всех студентов и для всего мира. Open Educational Resources, тот съезд, конгресс, о котором господин Таоджан говорил, и там есть сложность, но идея, вы понимаете, прогрессивнейшая. Если это удастся сделать и даже в какой-то мере обязать, например, всех школьных учителей и преподавателей университетов, все, что разработано за бюджетные деньги, выложить в общий доступ. Профессор Таоджан говорил об ограничениях копирайт, которые в этой связи есть, но нам хотелось бы знать состояние по всем странам, чтобы сравнить с Россией. И возвращаясь к вопросу докладчика из Массачусетского университета, господину Ляо Хаосян, возможно, поскольку MIT было инициатором этого процесса, лидером в этом процессе, может быть, вы можете сказать о механизмах или планах, как сделать следующее. Дело в том, что профессора университетов не очень любят, когда вместо его лекции студент прослушивает где-то курс и приносит ему итоговый результат и говорит: засчитывайте. Потому что так можно сделать 100% студентов данной дисциплины. И что делать тогда этому профессору? И поэтому профессора это не очень любят. Но мы понимаем, что есть прогрессивность в этом, и что лучше, может быть, послушать какой-то там курс по менеджменту инноваций не в нашем, например, университете, а в другом каком-то университете, и его засчитать. И вопрос в том, как стимулировать, в масштабах всей страны какой-то, в масштабах конкретного университета этот процесс, как стимулировать, чтобы в этом были заинтересованы, подчеркиваю, и все преподаватели, профессора, а не только студенты. Поэтому я просто говорю, что коллеги могут ответить на эти какие-то актуальные вопросы потом. И если можно, подавайте тоже записки сегодня. У нас завтра до обеда, хочу настроить нас на то, что у нас будет уже российский опыт наших ведущих направлений в этой сфере. В частности, будет доклад, связанный с МЭШ, Московской электронной школой. И будет докладывать один из руководителей Департамента информационных технологий города Москвы, поскольку они реализовывали этот проект. Для нас самое интересное тем, что сейчас наступает этап создания РЭШ, Российской экономической школы, для всех учителей, для всех учеников Российской Федерации, так как это сделано в городе Москве. У нас будут также доклады, в частности, одного из лидеров в создании МУКов Российской Федерации Высшей школы экономики, который будет делать доклад. Ну и мы с вами тоже будем говорить об наших научных работах, публикациях, возможности публикаций в этой сфере науки, тоже будет отдельный доклад. Сейчас я прошу и приглашаю вас всех тогда сделать обед. Вот можно пройти вот в эту дверь сейчас, там есть вход в зал, столовую, в наш, вы можете пообедать, но поскольку вот 3 докладчика зарубежные делают доклад сразу в 13 часов, я прошу всех в 13 часов, у вас будет достаточно времени, все успеют пообедать, если надо. Пожалуйста, в 13 часов встречаемся здесь. Спасибо за работу. Спасибо всем.
in everything I do. I will proclaim it all in the holy name if I were you. Nothing could be sweeter than to love yourself. There is no self-esteem and be the true you. You see the connection between you and everyone else, and you'll feel free like I do. I'm talking about many things that's held us down, but now it looks like things are finally coming around. I know we got a long, long way to go, but where we'll end up, I don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're gonna get ourselves together. We're gonna polish up our acts, yeah. And if ever you've been held down before, I know that you refuse to be held down anymore. Don't you let nothing stand in your way, yeah. I want you to listen to every word I say, every word I say, yeah. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove. I know you know someone that has a negative vibe, and if you're trying to make it, they only push you aside. They really don't have nowhere to go. Ask them where they're going, they don't know. But we won't let nothing hold us back. We're gonna get ourselves together. We're gonna polish up our act, yeah. And if ever you've been held down before, I know that you refuse to be held down anymore, yeah. Don't you let nothing stand in your way, yeah. I want you to listen to every word I say, every word I say, yeah. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. We're moving. We're grooving. Ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove.
Меня слышно? Да, слышно. Коллеги, добрый день еще раз. У меня не было возможности в первом пленарном заседании вас поблагодарить. Я хочу с этого начать наше продолжение этого пленарного заседания. Знаю, что на конференции, мне это очень приятно, что на наш призыв провести такую конференцию, и на конференции зарегистрировалось в общей сложности более 1000 человек. В той или иной форме эти люди приняли участие в конференции. У нас очень большой, если вы обратили внимание, сборник материалов конференции. Мы сделали его именно сборником, потому что большинство из вас и из тех коллег, которые сейчас отсутствуют в зале, прислали на конференцию полноценные статьи. Спасибо вам за это большое. И знаю, что сейчас идет, и до этого шла, и сейчас, и завтра будет идти по многочисленным просьбам регионов. Идет прямая трансляция наших заседаний в интернет. И очень многие люди, понятно, по организационным причинам не смогли приехать в Москву, быть сегодня с нами, тем более понедельник, рабочий день. Даже многие москвичи не смогли прийти из-за понедельника утра. Но, тем не менее, они с нами, они видят нас, и у нас вот этот счетчик, который считает людей, подсоединившихся к нам онлайн, крутится очень быстро. Спасибо всем большое за это. Мы завтра еще более подробно поговорим про журнал. Хочу сказать, что у нас на конференции помимо 1000 участников, которые в том или ином виде регистрировались, еще и разные страны представлены, но это видно по тому богатству, которое у нас на сцене. И сейчас еще Хайнц к нам присоединится, у него сегодня будет сообщение про 3D-геометрию. У нас еще и 11 стран в общей сложности заявлено в конференции. Если вы посмотрите сборник тезисов, есть публикации и из Израиля, и из Великобритании. Люди просто не смогли к нам приехать. Они довольно интересны, но, правда, на английском языке. Но я думаю, что у нас конференция такая интернациональная, поэтому это не проблема. Коллеги, давайте приступим к нашей повестке дня второго нашего пленарного заседания. У нас не так много времени для этого. На первом заседании был достаточно информативный, знаю по откликам, что очень понравился доклад Ляо Хаосяна из Массачусетского технологического института. И вообще тема, касающаяся массовых открытых онлайн-курсов, сейчас очень актуальна, поскольку они во многом являются помощниками для преподавателей, для вузов в целом. В некоторых аспектах они спорные, и мы дискутируем по их поводу и по поводу их содержания, областей применимости, но об этом может быть больше завтра. Сегодня же мне хотелось отметить, обратить ваше внимание на то, что у нас довольно разнообразное сочетание сообщений, касающихся МООК. И у нас есть, и к нам приехал, огромное спасибо, Геральт Фучек, который занимается больше инженерией создания и использования массовых открытых онлайн-курсов. Это не такая распространенная тема, как их использование, и этим его доклад еще более ценен. Геральт, пожалуйста, ваш доклад по поводу программирования массовых открытых онлайн-курсов.
Спасибо, Вадим. Добрый день. This is all my Russian. Sorry, I speak English now. Thank you for introduction. And it is a good idea to have my talk now because you heard already about MOOCs from previous speaker, and you heard also from UNESCO that an open education resource is very important, and our MOOC is also an open education resource so that everybody can use it, even parts of it can use it, even tasks of it. Every teacher, every student, every person in the world can use it as he wants. So, I want to speak about our MOOC we produced at our university, and our university lies in the center of the European Union. In Europe, this is our university. It was established 1815. We have 8 faculties. I am from Faculty of Informatics. This is one of the largest ones. In total, the university has about 30,000 students, similar size as here. And we offer 5 bachelor's, 7 master studies, and every year 600 bachelor students start studying computer science at our university, and this is a topic also of our MOOC. We had following problem. This was the starting situation 2 years ago when we started to think producing a MOOC. Learning programming is hard. It's not so easy because the topic is not so easy, and all students that start at a technical university should know something about computer programming. And the problem is that some of our beginners know already a lot about programming, but others know nothing. And the part who knows nothing is a third of all, 33% about. And the other problem we had a high dropout rate, especially in the first year, and this was also due to learning programming. And we have a third issue. This is a gender problematic. At the technical university, we have just about 20% female beginners. But after 1 year, we have just 15%. Okay. Oh, this is alarming because we have a high dropout rate also with male students, but the dropout rate for females is higher. So there is some problem in the system. And what the challenge we were faced is to level up the programming skills before the studies start. And we had to find a course format that supports this situation, where the students are not yet at universities. They are distributed everywhere, maybe in different countries. They have different time in summertime. Some have time in July, some have time in August. We don't know. We want to address male and female students, and we want to form very early studying groups that they learn each other, maybe before study starts. And we wanted also to have a smooth transition to our computer science lectures at the beginning. And these are all arguments to produce a MOOC. And we decided to do it in German language because our studies are in German and not in English. And we formed a team. This is a team that produced it. You see, to produce a MOOC needs a lot of people. It is not done by one person. It is a team. You see, some are responsible for computer science content producing, some are responsible for didactics, some are responsible for the budget, for financing. And we have a lot of people who are involved in these courses that are given already. They have the experience how to teach programming. And we have an external film team. This is a professional team. We expected that we have professional films of higher quality. We wanted to do it in a creative way, playful way, the learning programming. We want individually support them to motivate females and male students. And we want to encourage the community building so they learn each other. And this is a lot of high goals. And if we look at the target group are, of course, these students who want to study at our faculty. But The content is also interesting for all students who want to study at a university or technical university. And these are students that graduated from school. But if they graduated from school, then it is also a good level for pupil at school, if they learn programming at school. So our target group is also all pupils at school. And of course then the teachers at school. And if we broaden it, then it is all persons who are interested in learning computer programming. How we can address these target groups properly. So today I want to speak about didactics. And the first and the decisions we had to do at the beginning was which kind of programming, which language, what is the content, the didactics, and what elements in the course. The choice of programming language was easy for us because this processing was already used in our pre-university courses, but this processing has very exquisite properties. It is a language that is easy to learn. It is easier than Java, and Java is our language we started our university. Java is not so easy to learn for beginners. Everybody knows this. Everybody says, don't start with Java. But processing has an easy access because it has a focus on graphics and animations. And animations are very motivating for learners that they can create something that is moving on the screen. This is important for motivation of the learners. And it is an open source programming language. This is also important for us that it's an easy access for everybody. And it's text-oriented. This is what we had in mind for this course. Then we produced a list of topics we wanted to have. In fact, it's in total 10 chapters. We produced it in 2017 and 2018. We finished the production this summer, so it is very new work I present here. At first, we developed six of these chapters and then 4 further chapters. And the didactics is also important, how to teach this program. Learning programming is not so easy. And we followed some principles in all our contents. And the first principle is we wanted to have a golden thread through all of these chapters. And a golden thread means that you have one special task, at least one task, that reappears in each chapter. So at the beginning you do just a little progress in this task, in the next chapter also a little progress, but at the end you have finished it. I will show you afterwards what was our choice. It was a computer game, but it's good. The second one is a bottom-up approach, because learning is better done bottom-up and not top-down. What does it mean, top-down? Top-down means theory first and then practice. And bottom-up means practice first and then theory. This is a short explanation. We used also daily life examples for motivation, and we cared a lot about use of language, the spoken language, because these are beginners and we have so many technical terms in programming, and these technical terms, and there gives also a lot of different sayings, and we had to stick to simple ones, and we had to reduce the amount of technical terms, and we did a lot in this respect of this language. And programming needs also a special didactics. And we invited also Raymond Lister from Sydney, Australia, and his experience with teaching programming is that the students start in a so-called pre-tracing stadium, then go to tracing and then post-tracing. What does it mean? Computer experts know what is tracing, but tracing means that you know if you see a part of a program and you know what are the values of the variables at the begin, then you can follow the trace of the program. The program has different traces depending on branching and loops. You have different traces, and you can follow the values, and then you know which value is at the end. This is tracing. And tracing is not easy. If you can trace, you have already understand the concept. You have understand the concept, I would say, 80%. Then you know what is going on. But this is operational view. And very often the teacher, when they speak about programs, they use a post-tracing language. And post-tracing means that they do not say something about the traces, but they say, this program does this, has this effect, this program has that effect. But the beginners do not see that this program has this effect or that effect. Especially beginners are unable to follow it all. So we respect this theory in our course that we have pre-tracing and tracing, and we say also something in post-tracing style, but at the very end. And we hope that at the very end of each chapter, the students can understand this kind of wording. So wording is very important, because if you have as teacher a post-tracing wording, the pupils cannot follow. You have to go down a level, and also to in pre-tracing, you have to explain the things maybe without program. You say, what is the problem you have to tackle? And you do it maybe with your hands. So this is a background of this bottom-up approach we have in programming. Now the golden thread. The golden thread, we have two of them. The first one is really in each chapter. We program the Pac-Man. Pac-Man is an old-fashioned computer game, but it is nice to program. You have this movement of the Pac-Man that opens the mouth and closes it and eats these coins. And we have a ghost going around and following the Pac-Man. So, and the other example is Max is searching for the eldest person. So it's very easy example how to find out who is the eldest in an auditorium. And I think everybody has an idea how it is done. And this is the purpose of this task, that everybody knows how it is going on. And then we introduce all these programming concepts of variables to memorize a value, and the concept of branching. If one person is elder than the other, we can branch. And at the end, we repeat everything, so we have the concept of a loop and all these things. We can introduce with this very, very simple example. So these are the golden threads we use. And here you see in this list the golden thread of Pac-Man. Pac-Man is really in each chapter present, and we give also tasks for the students in each chapter related to Pac-Man. So the programs themselves, something in this Pac-Man task, and this is important that the students are really active. They should do from the very beginning, they should program, and if they don't program, I think they cannot follow the course. They should do this. And we have these quizzes where we test if they have already this knowledge. And they cannot pass the quizzes if they have not programmed before. So this, and we have a lot of examples, a lot of tasks in our system where the students can choose the task, and we give also solutions that they can see how it can be solved. So, an example of this bottom-up approach, to compare two values, we have at the beginning these values in the hand, you see. This is motoric state. You compare and which one is larger, and then you put it somewhere. This is important to understand the problem. And then the next stage is the branch. And in fact, it is done in the program. And the third step is to generalize, because we have to generalize this concept, because we have to show what is the same in this conditional statement in all conditional statements. So you need to know what is the structure of this if in programming, and then if you are able to understand this, you can produce your own conditional statements, and then you can apply it to other situations. So this is now also a generalizing of this concrete example. We start always with an everyday life example or a metaphor, show how it is coded, and then we extract the structure, and then we apply it to other problems. And this is the goal, that the students can apply the concepts to other problems. This is the goal for each concept. And we have to start this bottom-up approach with every concept of programming. We have to start also with this motoric part, and we cannot start with a very abstract thing. And many courses that I have seen also in books start with an abstract description, and this is not good for beginners, because our MOOC is really for the beginners, not for the experts in programming. Our focus is on the beginners. So now something about the video. You see, we had a lot of equipment in our studio, and we had this green box, and I think I can show you some examples. Here you see two examples of our course. We have also, I think, a high-quality graphics here, and we have a speaker-centered live programming. And I think I can show you this something in internet from, I hope I find it. I think, no, not here. Not here. Here. Here it is. Here you see the platform where we have our courses. This platform is called iMOOCs. iMOOCs is an Austrian platform. It is similar to edX, but it is free of charge for everybody. and it contains open educational resources only. There's nothing else on it. But most of the courses are in German language. If you're interested in a course in German language, look at this platform. You can find many courses. And I try to find, now I'm online, try to find our MOOC. You see there are some. It looks similar to edX, isn't it? But where is it? It should be online. No, it is not. I have to search here, maybe. Here it is. So, programming with processing. I try to start. He recognizes me. This is my page. You see my progress. I finished already lection 1. I'm nearly lection 2, and I'm in the middle of lections of chapter 3. Okay, very good. So, but we look at the first chapter, and you see we have some welcome videos, and we have this explanation of how a computer works. This is important for programming. If you have no idea of computers, how a computer is organized, it has a memory, and in the memory there's a program, and the data also in the memory, and there's a machine who does something with the data and does something with the program. We explain it in a video. We need a model. You need a model for what is this is a prerequisite we need in this programming course, but we provide it. And here you see the example of this golden thread, the Max example here. So if we look in this video, for example, just a short look inside that you see, I can do it full screen. Do we have audio? Do we have audio here? No? Here's gone. I don't know how to do it. But you see the speaker. You cannot maybe understand it's German. We have a speaker explaining something. And if we go a little bit further, you see that what is spoken is illustrated by some pictures or animations. Here you see how the computer works. I need the sound of the computer. But it doesn't matter. It is no music or something.
Звук нужен. У вас включен?
Okay, no problem. So I hope you got some expression. All these videos are in fact in YouTube. It is a special channel of these iMOOCs on YouTube, so it is available for everybody in the world. So it was also easy to access here on this computer that is not mine. And I don't know how he recognized me here on this computer, but it's funny that it is my content here. And you see, Gerald he recognizes me. Okay, an intelligent program. So, I go back to my presentation. I do not need this one. Okay, thank you. So, and I have some minutes left? 5 minutes, okay. So I can show you one example that we are a little bit proud of. We have in chapter 2, this is the very beginning of the course, we just introduced some primitives. We have not yet spoken about variables, conditionals, repetitions, and all these things. And we have just spoken about how this processing is working. And we gave to the students a task to produce an artwork. And you see here some results what the students did. Just after the first lecture, because the very first lecture was not on programming. This chapter 2 is the first chapter on programming, really doing it, and this was the outcome. So you see the power of this processing and also the creativity in the students. And this was just the first part of the task. The students should upload it to the forum so that everybody else in the learning community can see what is produced. And in this upload, the students should also write something, if they like, about themselves, why they want to study, why they use this MOOC. And here you see an example. You cannot read what is written, but it's the people write something. But the second part of the task was to produce a copy of the artwork from somebody else. It is a kind of faking. And the students don't know how it was produced. They have to find out how to reproduce it. It's not so easy to do this. And you can see that the results are slightly different. But for us important was that improve their skills, of course, but also to get in connection to the original author. So they speak to each other. What was difficult to copy, what was not so difficult, why it was difficult. And the original author can answer, yes, I did it in this way, and therefore it was difficult for you. Something like this. And so we had this discussion between the participants. And this is also important, especially in our case for the students who start programming, start at our university, that they come in touch with each other. But I think it's also interesting for everybody to come in touch with somebody else who does the same course. Okay, here's an example of this discussion. And we got feedback from the students. I liked being encouraged to interact through the artwork exercise. We got a lot of feedback about this exercise because this exercise was special. And it was also a lot of work to do. It was not the easiest one. We had much easier exercises because to produce this artwork, it needs a lot of time compared to other tasks, and also to copy it. But it made a lot of fun for them, and the people who did it appreciated it a lot. And in fact, we had a lower rate of accomplishment, especially in this task, because it was a lot of work to do. But in total, we had a completion rate of about 16%. This is not bad for a MOOC of 6 chapters. And maybe this is due to that the main target group we had at this first run were our students. But we will do it more intensive in future. We will have additional tasks like this. It is we are implementing now, and we want to have a get-together in the summertime for our students who want to study at our university. We cannot do it for all people in the world, but especially for our group, we want to do this, that we have an on-site meeting for some of them. So you can see the course on iMOOCs. It is an open educational resource. It is licensed with Creative Commons. This BY means that we wanted to cite it, that the original authors is Technical University in Vienna, but that's all. Every part of the MOOC can be used by everybody else. And we will start soon with a new run on iMOOCs with all 10 chapters. Now there are just 6 chapters available, but soon we have all 10 of them. We tested them already with our students, but then we go online.
How much time you need more?
I don't need many time now. I already told you what we have learned from this example. I think maybe there are some questions from the auditorium. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Gerald. Thank you for your report. Коллеги, вот мне кажется, что то, что сейчас нам рассказывал Геральт, это яркий пример, ярчайший, наверное, пример того, как можно просто говорить о сложном. И, наверное, вот такие подходы, они очень важны, именно когда мы учим, когда это проникает в образование. А с другой стороны, вот я, например, думал сейчас о другом, что мы просто говорим о сложном, а с другой стороны, насколько сложен в целом этот подход, который связан с созданием вот такого сорта электронных ресурсов. И нам надо очень крепко подумать о том, что все-таки их производство должно быть продуктом работы довольно сложного, большого, разнопланового коллектива, в которые должны входить в том числе и вот программисты, такие как готовит Геральт. Спасибо большое за это сообщение. Мы переходим и двигаемся вперед. Мне кажется, что вот этот переход от доклада Геральда к докладу Хайнца, который сейчас готовится на трибуне, он очень ярок и показателен, потому что они на самом деле находятся, как мне кажется, на контрасте. Ведь если посмотреть, Геральт сейчас говорил о том, как нужно учить программированию, то есть учить в информатике, при обучении информатике чему-то. А Хайнц будет показывать о том, как информационные технологии могут быть применены в обучении самым разным дисциплинам, в частности, скорее всего, геометрии. Но и здесь тоже интеграция, потому что этот доклад посвящен использованию систем 3D-геометрии, как вот видно из названия, и в обучении, и в то же время в исследованиях. Хайнц, пожалуйста, вам слово. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to say you best greetings from Germany. Да здравствует дружба между русским и немецким народом. Space is a primary intercultural medium for men, and so it's always guilty for the geometrized medium of space, because this is very important to rule this space, geometrized space, because a lot of knowledge is depending on this geometrized space. Now, prologue. Say I'm coming from Germany, from this southern part you see here, near the Lake of Constance, and that is a situation over the monastery of Weingarten with a view to the Alps and the Lake of Constance. And this is a part of my university in this monastery. And that is a parallel projection. That's an ideal plan of this monastery. You have spatial projection and so-called vertical projection of the basic, you see. So now that was my working place when I was a young man. Now, already have been here in 2006. I was in the Moskovsky Gorodskoy Pedagogicznej Universität, and I introduced at that time, the first time, the 3D dynamic geometry systems to Russia. It was the first time that you and your guys get acquainted with this tool. Now, we come to the introduction. We start with history. The Platonics, you see, surface models, are described, the spatial constructions of the Platonics, in the 13th book of the Elements of Euclid, about 300 before Christ. It's very interesting because Euclid describes a construction which is a mental construction but could not execute it at all because it was just a mental operation. And for this, the great Russian mathematician Alexandrov denoted this kind of mental construction as imaginary construction, but was there no possibility to execute it in reality, or no. But now we are able to do this construction in virtual space. And I will start to give you an example. Now, first we start to construct один квадрат. Смотришь. We need two diagonals прямая, один прямо diagonal, and a second one. Just in plane. What about space? Now you see, we are in space. And what are we doing now? We take a new square and create this one, square, and we create this one. And then we have to what has happened here? Oh, that is, I don't know what is going on. This depends on the velocity of construction. What has happened here? I don't know what's going on here. What? No. Normally it does function. I don't know. But you see, here you can see. Oh, it's okay. Now, we've got it. We've got it. Now, once more. Okay. It's always the same effect, if you will show quadrat. No. Yeah. No, it is not possible because it's very easy to construct this octahedron, which you all know. It's a double square pyramid. And it's very easy to get a surface model or an edge model from it. But now we have a technical problem here, so I have to skip. It's very easy to show now that this new possibility of drawing and constructing solids in three-dimensional geometry in the virtual space is a new aspect of learning and doing and teaching 3D geometry, because you can now create what is written here. In the past, one only could execute special geometric constructions in imagination, represent them graphically by means of descriptive geometry. But this was this roundabout, you know. And now it's possible to solve solid geometry tasks, but in a direct way. We have a solid geometric problem, and since you solve it by means of solid geometry directly in the space, in the virtual space. That it is the new aspect and advantage. Virtual space of direct manipulative generation and manipulation of geometric objects with excellent quality of spatial perception. So, now these are in analogy to the plain basic postulates, the spatial postulates. You have the postulate of connecting a line, 3 points given, not lying in a line, to have a plane, then to have a circle around a line, and to have a ball or sphere, and so on. You have 9 constructional postulates in space, which are an extension of the plane postulates. Now you gain the possibility of having plane and spheric constructions. So, and this was given first time by the prototypic D3D geometry system published in 2004. It was published in Rome, and now it is worldwide spread. And this system is a mother of all systems of this kind, and GeoGebra is one child of this. The 3D compound of GeoGebra is just a child of this tool, but I must tell you, we will see later, it is a very, it does have 3D part of GeoGebra does have a very not so comfortable user surface. So, that is a method of spatial geometric loci, the solution of a construction problem to be executed by straight line, respective plane ruler, and by circular, respective spherical compass, consists in the application of finite plane or spatial postulates constructions to the given objects in order to construct the points sought after as intersections of geometric loci, lines, circles, planes, and spheres. That's the new aspect. And if you start from the beginning, then you have the possibility to do first constructions in space, which are very simple examples. So, now, what are the software economic qualities in these systems? That is the visualization with a virtual sphere device, direct interaction with system and content, dialogue support, polymorphic options, perception of spatial depth by background, foreground, distinction by means of color intensification, respective fade-in and object extension, adequate object rendering, simulation of real or conceivable actions, rich object attributes to the support of perception, track mode modified like that in two-dimensional dynamic geometry systems, and so on. Now you see, that is a typical example, that's the fading in the depth. It is clear colors, and in the depth it's fading, you see. And you have some artifacts, that is a line through 2 points, but this is a point outside this cut-off line, so you are not get rid of such kind of silly things. That are the possibilities of coloring and so on. So, now, what is the idea? These systems are mediators between mental and physical representations of spatial geometry, because you have physical ideas of solids and you have physical representation of solids, and you can do this using this kind of systems in the virtual space. That's a new quality of doing 3D geometry. This system supports the pastoralistic hypothesis. Our mental imageries and their mental use correspond to the physical use of the physical objects. That's a very important hypothesis. Now, we come into some didactical aspects. Media, method, topics, intentions. I now refer to this diagram showing you four modes. The interdependent dimensions of teaching and learning that are media, topics, intentions, or some part of it, competences, methods. These are in a field of decision-making for teaching and learning. These are interdependent topics and aspects of planning, teaching and learning. So now, in our case, this is always described in a German book, a very thick book, but there is no English translation. Now, what is now the idea? The idea is that we have digital media, and the question is, what is the impact of digital media to topics, to intentions, and to methods? What's the impact of this media? That is only one question, but you see in this diagram there would be a lot of questions. For example, how to concretize in a digital media the intentions of teaching and learning. So, independent dimension. Now, what's the impact of 3D geometry systems on the teaching, learning, and exploring 3D geometry? Now you see we have to take into account topics, methods, and intentions. First idea is how to learn such a tool. That is, to learn technical methods without a deeper going pedagogical intention. That is what is given by the system, for example, for 3D geometry. And there's a lot of things: figure animation, figure calculation, figure measuring, figure visualizing, figure mapping, figure generation, inclusive generation by convex Hall, which does not exist in GeoGebra, construction, repetition, construction, description, figure shape change by tracking and animation, and so on. This can be learned by using these options as a pre-knowledge for doing more complex, solving more complex tasks. That might be one example of doing these technical methods by the possibility of doing congruencies of a tetrahedron. Now, what are the deriving epistemic methods? That is working backwards with the system, modeling and simulation, metamorphosis, analogy, generalization and specialization of figures, induction. Many examples lead to an abstraction. Investigation and analysis, trial and error, experimenting. It's very important that it's possible to make experiments in 3D geometry, which would never be possible without some physical materials in space. Topics to be treated with these systems: the traditional topics of solid geometry claim a new adequate treatment, respective a re-evaluation in the context of the teaching and learning of spatial geometry using such systems. In addition, topics can now be treated that were previously difficult to access or are new in the sense of an enrichment. But here is always a problem: what is the possibilities inside the traditional syllabuses or curriculum to take in these syllabuses new topics. That's always a problem, because you have a standard of three-dimensional geometry in traditional syllabuses, and now you have new possibilities that does increase and that arrive a new problem to overcome this difference between the possibility of new media and the standards of the old traditional syllabuses. There is not a solution of this problem. It must be individually solved by teachers or by making a new curriculum including new digital media. So, a selection of topics: geometry of solids, particularly the geometry of the polyhedra, conception and positional relationship of geometric objects, spatial construction tasks, creation of spatial analogies from methods, concepts, theorems, and proofs of plane geometry, spatial treatment of conics, spatial calculation, descriptive geometry, and so on. Now, what about the general intentions of the use of such geometry systems? That is, learn the application of 3D geometry, learn propedeutic 3D CAD, because if you are working with such a system, you got the first experience how to handle interactive 3D geometry. Learn 3D constructions, learn flexible spatial thinking, learn the free exploration of the virtual space, learn to use heuristic strategies now as a reinforcement, because it's a problem had been before to make, to concretize heuristic strategies in space. Learn 3D denotions, concepts, relations, and theorems, and discover and explore 3D geometry in space, in virtual space. For example, discover 3D theorems. So, that's now the open field, the dynamic interactive 3D geometry as a corner or vertex of the so-called didactical tetrahedron. You can substitute this dynamic interactive 3D geometry by any digital media or tool, and then you have the student, the teacher, and the topic, that is 3D geometry. And so you get a very rich connection with these four corners, and it is an open field how to make decisions. What is a teacher as a person who is teaching students 3D geometry using dynamic interactive 3D geometry systems? So now we come to examples. Creating learning environments for the students by menu modification and provision of corresponding construction files or process of solution, provision of interactive scripts for the learning of specific topics, provision of interactively videos for instruction on a certain problem solution presented by an expert. Lots of materials are on specific websites. The teacher organizes project work on certain topics, which is supported by the above possibilities, and does situatively make presentations with the systems. So now I come to give you some issues of some projects. Project 1, that is a cultural related modeling. That means that modeling depends on the cultural surrounding. That, for example, in Germany might be the modeling of roofs. In Russia might be that we have different roofs shapes, so but that might be that is a modeling of German roofs. Or a church in the style of Romanic style, or the Castle del Monte, or the this big figure of in Brussels, or this is the European Union administration, or so on, or some of the housing, your lamps and so on, and some projection of a lamp, and a windmill, or that are now flexible. We have to differ static or flexible models, and that, for example, is a flexible model because you can handle the rays, the direction of rays, or a simple model of the sun system, and this is for drying washing dresses. Or this flexible model, or this model, or this model of a transporting crane. You see, there's a lot of things could be modeled. That is approach might be the results of a modeling project. And at the end, you have a lot of monuments. That is an interesting monument in the Netherlands, built from regular dodecahedron. And it's very easy to model this one in this way. So that is about modeling. Now I come to a more mathematical project. Billiards trajectories for characterization of polyhedra. Now, the fundamental book is from the Bibliotheka Quant. It is from the 1990, Mathematische Biljardi. It's a very interesting book, but it has a very high performance of mathematical knowledge. So, but in this project, there is a possibility to make experiments and discoveries which are not too difficult to understand. You all know, if you have a square and you have a ball in the square, like a billiard, and you push to a side, then the ball will roll this rectangular way, starting, for example, this way round. And this is a billiards rectangle. It's very easy, it's clear. The incoming angle is equal to the outer angle, and so on. But what is the analogy? What is the analogy figure of a square? It might be a cube. In cube, we have diagonals like here, but we see that this trajectory is parallel to the diagonals. Then we take the diagonals, spatial diagonals, 3D diagonals in the cube. And we found there is a 3D billiards hexagon inside the cube. It is, and they have, the angles are the angles between the diagonals, That is the first analogy. Property of the billiard hexagon is its point symmetric, and the opposite sides are equal, and all the angles are equal, and so on. Now, yeah, it does work. Might be it does work now. Now you see, it's that you can see this, that are a lot of possibilities of this reflection of a spore pushed to a face and then is reflected, so it returns to the starting point. Now, what's going on here? Weiter, okay. Now, what is the determination? You need only the starting points in a rectangular triangle, and you will find out if the starting point is on a certain line in this triangle. It is a specific billiards hexagon. It has 4 equal sides. And what about if in the plane it is a square, this billiards rectangle? What about in space? It is an equal-sided billiards hexagon if this is a point of gravity, the starting point is a point of gravity. So now you see a lot of analogies, and now we make a generalization. We have a cube. What are very simple generalizations? That is the cuboid, rectangle edges, that are the equal edges, that is the rhombohedron, or more specific, the equal faces, equal-sided rhombohedron. You see the nets. And now to research, to investigate the kind of billiards trajectories in this specific generalized solids. And you find out, if you take the rhombohedron that you get an equal-sided and equal-angled billiard hexagon inside this equal-sided rhombohedron. That's very interesting, but it's a generalization. Now, that was the aspect of generalization. What about reversibility? We gave us a trajectory in plane like a quadrangle, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and construct the bisectors, the angle bisectors in these corners, and then create the vertical lines, and we get a quadrangle. This quadrangle does have this as a billiard trajectory, closed billiard trajectory. That is a reversibility in plane. If we do this in space, then we take an antiprismatic hexagon, which is a regular one, equal sides, equal angles, and construct the angle bisectors and construct to each angle bisector a perpendicular plane. And what is the result? We get we get a solid, and this solid is always an equal-sided parallel epipede. So we find a theorem. A hexahedron is a equal-sided parallelohedron if and only if it possesses a circular billiard trajectory, which is a regular 3D hexagon. So now the reversibility leads us to a new theorem, which was not yet published as far as I know. So now, project 3, find all the space fillings with the Platonics and Archimedeans. That's a very nice and beautiful project, because you have to find out all these possibilities to fill the space using the Archimedean and solids. It's very nice, because here you have to change between the drawing possibilities, constructional possibilities, and on the other side, on the theoretical background. For example, what are the kinds of angles along an edge that is closing? And so you find also possibilities. Then from this, that is a truncated tetrahedron, truncated octahedron, and cuboid filling. You get a modeling example. That is the synagogue in Mitzper Ramon in a desert in Israel. It has just created from this truncated tetrahedron, cuboid, and truncated octahedron. And so you can model this as a reconstruction from front, from the side, from behind, from above, and from beneath. So you get the possibility. That was just belongs to the former project. Now another project is metamorphosis of the cube. It's possible to make a very easy construction from 8 equal-sided triangles, and you get the possibility of, now you see. That is the result. You are able to make a lot of figures only by this construction. All the figures are of equal corners, and so you get, that is from the mathematical point, a cycle of isogonal polyhedra derived from cube. That is to come only from the cube, and from metamorphosis, using metamorphosis of the cube, you get a lot of specific polyhedra. And same could be done not only with the cube, with the tetrahedron, with the octahedron, with the dodecahedron, and the icosahedron, making metamorphosis. Now, What about time?
It's over.
I have enough. Okay. So now I show you just a potpourri of examples. That is the parallel projection of a cube as an edge model to a dodecahedron. It's very easy to construct. Or the parallel projection of an edge model of a cube to a ball, to a sphere. Or another possibility in descriptive geometry, parallel projection and so on. Or this one, that is only using one point perspective. And this is the construction of an intersection of a cone, and what is the intersection of this cone after a projection to this plane. What is this one? Or to treatment of conics. Treatment of conics. Or this kind of projection. Or the treatment of surfaces of order 2 in space. Or to make from one solid, by rotating it inside, new solids. Or by truncating corners, or by truncating edges. Or in Germany we say it is zelten, it is might be tending. And a lot of things that can be done, this kind of metamorphosis, a lot of things could be done. So that is a typical case of always in triangle geometry, you have a line which is connecting certain points, specific points. And in space, you have an analogy. You get the same line in space with some additional points, analogy. So now, or for example, this point. If you have 3 circles, and you are connecting the intersection point by lines, these intersection lines, 3 lines, are intersecting 1 point, and the same is done in space. So it's just demonstrating or discovering. So now that is very near to the traditional content, but if you are free exploring and experimenting, then you, for example, can ask, oh, I have the magnetic ability of solids, of the solids given implemented in the system, then you can free experimenting. For example, that is to construct, given the octahedron, and making from octahedron new figures like this one, or this one, or this one, and taking another one, this one. Then you are free experimenting and getting a lot of aesthetic buildings or constructions. Yeah, it's very nice to investigate the symmetry of this one. So, convex polyidiform regular polygons presenting a lot of possibilities doing this kind of geometry with such solids. Now I have some final remarks. That is the first one. Which geometry system is the best one? What is the best one? That is the question. What is the best one? We say, oh, it has, we have experienced, the system has a so-called intuitive user surface, but how to define that? Now, which dynamic interactive 3D geometry system shows the highest results when students are imitating, respective reconstructing a more complex construction shown by an expert. You can so make a construction and students are watching, and later on they have to reconstruct this shown expert solution. Then we can ask, what are there gender differences? Are these effects and differences significant? So, now we have selected the systems to be compared. The Capri, G-UP, it's a Spanish system near Capri. GeoGebra, 3D compound, Archimedes, 3D Geoplan, that is a French one, and Archimedes Geo 3D is a German product. So, an expert construction of regular octahedron to be imitated by students, 5 school classes of 8 graders. The student results are evaluated by points up to 60. Research design, analysis of covariance because of inhomogeneous samples. Some covariables had been controlled by tests and then used to adjust the results. What is the result now in this diagram? We have to make some explanations. Now you see, that is the agenda. Here you have seen here are the adjusted mental rotation. It's just a spatial visualization, that is attention, that is reasoning, and so on. And then you, because you have inhomogeneous, you have to make this, to test this covariable, to find out the covariables, then to adjust. And then we, for example, name the mental rotation. Then you see the most points are gained by Capri, then by G-UP, then by the yellow one is GeoGebra 5, edition 5.
Heinz, I'm so sorry
Yes,
for interrupting you.
Coming to an end.
We have no time for this
No,
detailization.
it's so clear. It's so clear. We are coming to an end.
possible.
So now you see there are gender differences. The gender differences show that the girls have weaker performed in all the systems, but as a result, Capri 3D and G-UP showed most always everywhere the highest significant adjusted means. Significant gender differences could be found. Empirical study ranking, Capri, G-UP, GeoGebra, Archimedes, Geoplan X. So now I come to an end. I will make some, so now, media-specific representations of figural 3D geometry. We have the solid geometry, paper, pencil, and print media represented, solid geometry, physical represented by physical models, and solid geometry, computer represented. And you have to combine all these representations. That means that, for example, we have physical materials for creating models of polyhedra, and you have handmade drawn figures, and on the other side you have drawing and constructions in virtual space using such dynamic systems. So now I will come to an end. Let us compare the width of the known geometrical knowledge with the surface of the ocean. Then its depth has to be compared with the still unknown knowledge of 3D geometry using such kind of systems, because without these systems you are limited to make experiences in space. So you have now a free option and exploring 3D geometry in virtual space. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much too. Я думаю, что с Хайнсом надо разговаривать по-русски. Он великолепно понимает. Нам сегодня повезло на увлеченных людей. Коллеги, мне кажется, я ошибся, когда говорил, что этот доклад только про интеграцию обучения, использования этих приемов в обучении и в исследованиях. Мне кажется, это еще очень яркий пример того, как проходят такие межнациональные исследования. Обратите внимание, что Хайнс и русскоязычную терминологией владеет, и использует наши с вами книги и пособия. Мы не всегда так хорошо знаем то, что делается в Германии, как он знает то, что делается в России. Это очень яркий пример. Спасибо большое за это и за этот доклад. Знаете, коллеги, переходя к следующему докладу, докладу Матия, он уже на трибуне, я хочу сказать, что у нас были большие проблемы с ним, потому что мы, когда получили название этого доклада, посмотрите в свои сборники, там есть новое слово, я сейчас его зачитаю, Algomatricity, если я правильно говорю. Вот мы сломали все переводчики, когда его переводили, вбивали во все, какие только можно, компьютер зависал, не переводило. Оказывается, мать и его команда изобрели новый термин, как мы поняли, скрестив между собой алгоритмизацию и психологию. Вот мне кажется, этот доклад, вообще название непереводимое, мы с трудом его какие-то слова подобрали, чтобы в программу вставить, уж не обессудьте. Но мне кажется, что доклад будет очень интересный. Мать, вам слово. Расскажите нам про эту терминологию. Спасибо.
So thank you for the introduction, and it's actually an honor to be here. So I want to thank the organizers to invited me to be here in this wonderful university, wonderful city. So thank you. I want also to thank in advance the translators, because I'm afraid they probably will have some hard times, but well, let's see. If you don't understand something, it's my fault, not theirs. So let's start. So I want also to make clear that what I'm going to present is not just my work, but actually in Milan, we have this Aladdin group that it's focused on computer science education. And so I want to give the proper credit to all the people involved, because we are quite a big group. So let's start. Well, we probably all are under pressure about the digital society. So everyone knows that lots of people need digital skills. Well, I just copied two of the brochure that you can find on the European Union website. And well, there are lots of jobs in the digital economy, and you must master digital application and so on and so on. So probably this is true. The current workforce is largely underskilled with respect to digital application. But the problem is that it's not clear what to do to increase the global, mastery of this kind of stuff. Because there is actually a big risk also. So the risk that, informatics is something that at the end is something very abstract. And so the risk that I see is that we can be users of informatics without understanding anything of it. So many so-called, digital natives, well, they have a very good ability and skills in using application, but they probably don't have the right grip of the ideas of that. So I think that we face also a big risk of focusing on short-term skills that can become obsolete very quickly. We face the risk to have just passive users instead of active agents. We already have lots of black boxes everywhere in our society. Well, I don't know if it's the same here, but in Italy we have several decisions now that are taken by computer science black boxes. So something, well, teachers, for example, last year were relocated in schools by an algorithm that nobody really knows. So that's another problem. And last but not least, I have this feeling that sometimes this big pressure on digital skills, it is in fact a big pressure on buying things from big firms that has a lot of interest in giving us their products. So the risk is to feed these big network of monopolies instead of empowering individuals. So so what to do? So that's actually the core of my talk. I think that we need to go back to fundamentals ideas of computer science. In fact, several countries, probably the most famous one is UK, that discovered that all the work they did on digital literacy was actually a big failure. And so in 2014, they decided to reboot, as they said, reboot the computer science education in their country. And now, at least in England, it is based on computing. So which is the core idea of informatics? The core idea is the automated processing of information. So to be able to master informatics, we have to be able to understand this basic but quite difficult idea of the automated processing of information. So you have, digital information, some combination of symbols, and you can manipulate them by rules, and you should be able to get some new information from the old one by processing it with a machine, with something automatic. So in this context, I think that having too much gadgets and computers and technology can even be counterproductive. So, well, now I can at least tell the story of Italy. In Italy, in the 80s, there were lots of interesting educational activities on computer science, mainly because we had no computers. But in the 90s, 90s and beginning of 2000 and so, well, the appeal of technology was so high, so big, that no one wanted, at least from the student, no one wanted to see behind that, because it's too much fun to play with a gadget and use them to do something else. So it's important also that, but you are doing something else, not computer science, not informatics, if you are using that. So, for example, well, Cabrio's 3D geometry tools are wonderful, but for studying geometry. So you don't learn the basic ideas of informatics by using them. Okay, so that's the... So I think that in this context, unplugged approach can be very useful. Unplugged, it's actually, well, unplugged was not invented as a word, it was not invented by Tim Bell, but the use of unplugged in this context was introduced by this guy from New Zealand, Timothy Bell, who published this wonderful book that I advise you to read. It's available on the web. I think it has also several translations, so maybe it's available also in Russian. I'm not sure, but it is possible. Because it's actually a book available as a Creative Commons, with a Creative Commons license. So, for example, it exists in Italian. And he called this approach unplugged because you don't need electricity, you don't need computers to do that, and their activities focus just on the basic ideas of automated processing of information without computers. So there are lots of activity in which you try to understand how the information is transformed by fixed rules without using any computer, any technological gadget. And I think that this is very important because, well, the emphasis changed and from computers to computing. And also, there is also, well, schools have a lot of difficulty in keeping in sync with cutting-edge technology. And, well, during the lunch, for example, we spoke a lot about rural schools. That can be a problem to have cutting-edge technology there. And also, technology make also some side problems. Look, two of my previous, of the previous speakers had, well, very small, but small problems with the technology. So technology can be the source of problems that you don't want in your classrooms during the lessons, because you want to focus on something that it's more important. So, so unplugged are fantastic. I love unplugged, and I think that, well, it's the way to go, in my opinion, to introduce computer science to people. But there is also a risk in unplugged approaches. In particular, the risk that I see is that it's sometimes not easy to convince people, to convince children that what you are talking about is the real computer science that is in the world. It's not possible that this thing that we do with a piece of paper is the real thing. Okay, that's the risk. So the risk that I see is that what you are introducing them, it's perceived as a some academic things that has no relationship with the real world, and I think this is also a risk. Maybe not big as the previous one, but it's also a risk. So our proposal, in fact, try to put together the best thing of the two worlds. And we call it algomotricity. That's actually, well, actually, algomotricity is the transliteration of the Italian word. So probably, I'm not sure if some English native speaker understand it, but it's a pun between algorithms and psychomotor education that it's, in Italian, it's called psychomotricity. So algomotricity is this thing. So you have this, well, these motor things, because we focus on tangible and objects. And now I will show you some examples. But it's also based on a clear relationship with technology. In fact, we start from some technological artifact, and we try to understand what's behind that, and after that, we ask to students to well, think about it and invent something to do that thing. After they invented some strategy, we will show again that that strategy is sometimes related to what it's actually used in the real world technology. So let's see an example. I think it's, let's see if I'm able to, oh, which one should I? The first one? Okay, so let's see. There is also the audio, but it's not important. So I don't know if you ever seen this kind of video. It is, I think it's Korean people, and they are in a stadium, and they are organizing some, show for the teams that are. So look what they do. They are incredible, I think. Okay, so you get the idea, I think. So this is called human LCD. Okay, so they are acting as a set of pixels, and they do so. So this is something that we do. So we start with some, example like this, and we ask to the children to well, more or less the age I'm talking about is 10 to 14, 15. Okay, so that's the age range. So we ask to the children to try to do the same. We do not have T-shirts, so colored T-shirts, and so we use colored pieces of paper, and we ask to try to divide in small groups, so maybe 6 or 7 people for each, and we ask to try to do the same. So, for example, they have to try to animate the word ciao, that is hello. Okay, so that's the idea. And you can see that here, well, now, sorry. Okay. Oh, it's not, you cannot see the pointer, sorry. So maybe this way. Okay, so if you look at this, they have to design what they want to do, and let me emphasize that normally they don't start with this kind of idea. They normally start with something like that. So the grid idea is something that they mature in the time. So they do not start with that. So, well, some maybe yes, because they have maybe the week before had done something about the Cartesian plane or something like that. But normally, the first approach is something like that. But when you explain when you make them face some problem of this, we call this analogic description of the letters, when you make them face some problem, when you ask them how to solve them, they try they understand that dividing the plane in small squares can be very useful to describe who, for example, is going to get a black piece of paper and who is going to get a white paper. Because if you have this kind of stuff, it's very difficult to explain to other people how to act to get the final picture. And I haven't the picture here, but if you have noticed in the video, there is also a problem with synchronization. In fact, in the video, they use a drum to keep in sync. And so this is also a problem that can be discussed with this and so. Let me show you another example that actually is the one activity that I consider most successful in our proposal. And, sorry, the activity that I show you start with this video, continues as an unplugged activities as I showed you, and, and the last step is again on computers. So with an ad hoc application that it's used to talk about pixels, but also compression of information and so on. Let me show another example. As I was saying, this is something that we consider very successful. And in this case, the idea is to discuss, we don't use this kind of words, but the problem is information and meta-information. So a very abstract thing. But we start with, a playful story, like, you are a journalist in a war zone, and you have to phone your article to the newspaper office in your city, but you don't have a computer. You actually have to explain that in our way. And for example, you can take a picture of what you want on the newspaper, but just a picture. So a picture with maybe some rules of how to read the picture. So the problem is that you want something like this. Sorry, it's in Italian, but it's not important what it's written down. But, you want a text like this, but exactly like this. So with a bold word here, with a red one, with underlining, with highlighting, something like that. So you want that, but you don't have a, Microsoft Word to do that. So how to do? And the basic idea is that you can, you don't have Microsoft Word, but you have pasta. In Italy, you always have pasta. So, and you have pasta on other small objects. And the basic idea that you have to, explain to the newspaper office what you want just with a picture of what you are doing. And so, again, the first thing is normally an analogic thing. So, for example, look, this is, oops, sorry. If this is, for example, this word was underlined, and look, this was rendered with a lot of, pasta, little pasta here. This was highlighted, and the children used with yellow post-it to do the same. But after that, we introduce a new constraint. We say that pasta has a price, so as a cost. So, for example, this kind of pasta does cost more than this one, or something like that. And we challenge the children in doing a little contest with the others to try to solve the problem, but we list number of small little pasta or something like that. And, well, they become very, very good in that, and they come with something like that. And if you not, so they discover the idea that you can codify information in a way. So they can, for example, say that when you have something here and starting here and ending there, you get an underline or something like that. And of course, this is not enough. The picture is not enough to understand which is the wanted output. You need some mapping between the code and the way you want to you want the code interpreted. So I think that this is a very big step, and it's a step that they are able to find themselves if you propose the thing in the right way. So, and after that, you can even show them that actually this is exactly what I don't. Yes, there you can see that. And after that, you can show them that this is exactly the way people do these formatting things in markup language. So, for example, in Wikipedia. In fact, this activity is called Wikipasta because it's something related, Wikipedia to pasta. So, but the basic idea is that, well, to me, it was a wonderful experience. For years, I taught HTML to some university students. So a course, a year-long course in HTML to university students, not computer science student, but not student majoring in computer science, but other students. And after 1 year of focusing on a specific technology like HTML, well, maybe 10% of the students were grasping the basic idea of codifying information of that. We did this activity, well, this activity can be a bit longer with some other things, but we did this activity in a lower secondary school. It was 1 week long, and after just 1 week, everybody in the class was able to write simple web pages without even starting with HTML. We didn't just present HTML. We spent a lot of time with this stuff, and after that, HTML was just a trivial thing. That was my point.
Mattia, excuse me. How many slides in your presentation?
Oh, sorry, I'm long.
Yes.
Okay. So,
if possible.
But this was actually the only example that I wanted to.
Yes.
We have we have several examples, but actually, I should say from the beginning that the hard part of this kind of stuff is to invent the right activity to do this stuff, because it's not easy. If you just want to present a technology, you can just start from the beginning and use that. But if you want to and this is the other part of my presentation, and actually the last one, is that we did these activities, and I think that these activities were very successful, and actually teachers liked them a lot. But they didn't feel confident enough to repeat them in the schools. It's the problem that we are still facing. And so we try to design a course for teachers. So we are now focused on that, because we understand that the problem is to make teachers confident enough to do this kind of stuff in schools. And the problem is that we are not talking about computer science teachers. Why? Because, well, the first thing is that computer science teachers are very few. But, well, you know, I think it's the same in every country. Who has skills in computer science is probably better paid if goes to a company than going into the schools. So that's the first problem. But the other problem is that since these are basic ideas to give mental models, mental tools to people, we want to address children at small age, young children. So, you know, end of primary school and beginning of a secondary one. And at least in Italy, there is no formal informatics or computer science in that kind of school stage. So I think I want just to skip all the stuff and just a very short summary of what I try to explain to you. So the basic point that I feel very important is that please be always careful, because it's easy, it's very easy. I fall in this error every day. Don't mix up mastery with digital application with competence in computer science and informatics. So this is a very important point. It's easy to confuse them, but please try to keep the two things separated. Well, I try to convince you that unplugged approach can be very, also a lot of fun, but also very suitable to schools. And I think that the problem is that it's difficult to have this kind of approaches, because this kind of approaches are useful if they are the starting point of a discovery effort of children. So it's not something that you can just put in a book or put in some instructional material. You have to build confidence in the teachers to be able to get the right answers and the right activities to do. So I finished. Sorry to be long.
Matthias, thanks a lot. Коллеги, мне кажется, мы сделали большую ошибку, что отвели сегодня так мало времени на это пленарное заседание, потому что просто обидно прерывать коллег, но приходится, потому что программа насыщенная. Коллеги, я думаю, что те педагоги, которые имеют отношение к обучению информатики, во многом согласятся с тем, что сейчас говорил Матя, потому что и в их трактовке, и в нашей информатике это прежде всего не наука и дисциплина учебная об компьютерах, а фундаментальная дисциплина о том, о чем он сегодня говорил. Плюс благодаря Мате у нас сегодня новое слово в словарном запасе. Это здорово. Спасибо большое. Коллеги, прежде чем сделать несколько объявлений и уйти на кофе-брейк, потому что он уже нас ждет за пределами этого зала, нам поступило несколько вопросов. Я попросил, они все к Ляо Хао Сиану, я попросил его очень коротко на них ответить. Если можно, я ему сейчас микрофон передам, потому что записки поступали. Без ответа их оставить будет неправильно. Ляо, please.
Hello again. I quickly answer two questions. One is about the future of education. I would say that I think there is important to have two concepts. One is what we call facts. The other is what we call act. I would encourage that all the educators put the facts online for your students to get free access to. In classrooms, let's do acts. Okay? Fact, let's put it online. When students, they come to classroom, let's have them do something. Engage them. And, make them have something to do. So I would say that's my prediction of the future of education. Schools will stay. Educations need to have some kind of ways of providing with our students. So that's my quick question for the first question. Second question is about money. It's about how do we finance the MOOCs. I would say I need about one day talk about this, but anyway, I would say the key point is think about each MOOC course is a product. You have 10 million, I would say you have 10,000 customers coming to your store. How do you convince them to buy things? They can buy an egg. They can buy a bottle of vodka. They can also buy a top quality caviar. How do you convince them to spend money in your store? It needs marketing. That's my quick question for about finance ways. So I'll be happy to talk more privately or either email or anything. So I'll be here for further discussions. But thank you. Спасибо. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Коллеги, прежде чем мы уйдем на перерыв, а потом секции, я хочу обратить ваше внимание, мы не ожидали, и это очень здорово, что к нам поступит такое большое количество ваших материалов, самых разных, по разным направлениям, мы их секциями не называли, которые попали в наш сборник. Мы, конечно, устроили некий отбор для поступающих материалов, но все материалы, которые удовлетворяли всем необходимым требованиям, попали в сборник. Мы не стали никак ограничивать этот процесс. Таким образом, в сборнике материалов оказалось более 400 публикаций. Они немножко разного по размеру, но в целом вот 400 публикаций. Это заняло на бумаге 1500 страниц. С учетом этого мы не планировали, это понятно, такое количество и такой объем материалов. Еще раз подчеркиваю, что это очень хорошо. Мы поступили следующим образом. Мы сделали 2 тома, потому что физически 1500 страниц невозможно переплести в 1 том. Первый том мы напечатали большим тиражом, второй меньшим. Я хочу обратить ваше внимание, потому что у кого-то попали публикации в 1 том или в другой. Они совершенно равнозначно, это одно и то же издание. Оба тома опубликованы на сайте, мы обязательно их разместим в e-library. Все необходимые действия с этим мы сделаем. И они напечатаны в достаточном тираже, чтобы были посланы в соответствующие инстанции. Понимаете, библиотеки, книжная палата и так далее имеют все необходимые выходные данные, и вы на них можете ссылаться и использовать их как полноценные статьи. Это очень важная вещь, и рассчитываю на то, что мы с вами будем пользоваться вот этими нашими изданиями. И будем на них опираться в работе с журналом, но про это завтра, если можно. Вроде все. Объявление про следующую нашу работу из секции. Мария Александровна Симонова, пожалуйста.
Спасибо, Вадим Валерьевич. Уважаемые коллеги, я обращаю ваше внимание, что следующую часть нашей с вами работы после кофе-брейка, который традиционно ждет нас в столовой, вы уже знаете, как туда пройти, мы работаем по секциям. У вас в программе есть распределение. Секция номер 1, зал номер 2. Я сейчас озвучиваю, где это. Это холл, где работает выставка. 2-й этаж, на балконе, зал номер 2. Секция номер 2, зал номер 3. Соответственно, 3-й этаж, тот же холл, лифт, или можно пешком подняться, зал номер 3 на 3-м этаже. Секция, которая будет проходить в зале номер 1 библиотеки, это нужно будет пройти чуть дальше за выставку, за лифт, в холл, который ведет потом лестница на 2-й этаж в библиотеку. И зал секция номер 4 У нас работает в конференц-зале экономического факультета. Это вот холл. Проходите направо, экономический факультет будет написано, и вниз буквально на несколько ступеней спускаемся. Для того, чтобы мы с вами не запутались. У нас замечательно работают наши помощники, волонтеры, которые после кофе-брейка в 15:35, давайте вот на это будем ориентироваться, да? 15:35-15:40, мы немножко сбиваемся по программе, но очень жалко, если мы не выслушаем всех докладчиков, которые заявились на секции. 15:35-15:40. Волонтеры с табличками, не будет названия секции, а просто секция 1, секция 2, секция 3, секция 4 ждут вас около столовой. Хорошо? И дальше они вас отведут, чтобы у нас не было путаницы. Договорились? Все, приятного аппетита, ждем вас дальше.